Yeah. All right. Good morning, everyone. We're gonna commence our January 24th Board of Supervisors meeting. Madam Clerk, if you could call the roll, please.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo, Adams, Church, and Root Askew appearing in person, and Supervisor Lopez appearing via video conference.
And is there any additions or corrections for the closed session by County Council?
There are none today, Chair.
Okay, we're gonna take up for public comments for closed session items number 1A through D. Is there any members of the public who would like to comment on anything on today's closed session agenda? Today, now's the time to do so.
And there are no hands raised.
Okay. Seeing none, then we'll recess for the closed agenda items. We're going to take up now the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. And Madam Clerk, if we call the roll again.
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo, Adams, Church, and Root Askew appearing in person, and Supervisor Lopez appearing via video conference.
Is there any additions or corrections about for closed session by County Council?
There are none today, Chair.
Okay, today we're going to take up on closed session items 1A through C. Is there any members of the public who would like to comment on any of these items?
And there are no hands raised.
And no hands raised online. Okay, then we will close public comment and we'll recess for the closed session agenda items. We'll be back at 10:30. Thank you.
Yes, but if you have What's that?
Mic 2 check. Mic 4 check. Mic 3 check. Mic 6 check. Mic 5 check. Mic 7 check. Mic 8 check. Mic 10 check. Mic 12 check. Staff mic check. Staff mic 2 check.
Dieguito's mic.
Podium mic. Valerie's mic. Wireless mic. Wireless mic. Wireless mic. Wireless mic.
5 years. Well, I no say so. My mother brought me up there from Colombia. Talk about cultural shock. From a mild tropic. (1970) to 75, 5 years. 14. No, I was upstate in Rochester, by Lake Ontario, by Canada. Lake effect snow storms. So
And then the windshield.
we couldn't get out sometimes. We're like ready to go, and then we couldn't. There was snow to this up against the
Bracy, are you there? It's Valerie.
Yes, I'm here.
I have the SBCA here. That one's SPA. That's to talk with you. Can she give you a call?
Yeah, sure.
What's your name again? I'm sorry.
905
Okay, 905
0051.
0059.
Nope, 0051.
Okay, 905 0051.
Right.
Okay, I'll have her give you a call.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. It's a little past 10:30. We're gonna reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. Madam Clerk, could we call the roll, please?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present and in person.
And could we get our announcement by our interpreter, Diego Celis?
A todos, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete de inglés-español y de español-inglés para el día de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo pueda escuchar. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Diego. And if we could all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, we're going to ask our CAO, Sonia De La Rosa, to lead us today.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We will go to any additions or corrections by our clerk.
Yes, there are a couple. There is a correction to item number 30 under general government consent, and that is at the request of the department to remove item B, but keep item A and C for action only. There's also a correction to item number 32 under the consent calendar for general government. A revised board report has been received as well as revised attachment A and B.
Thank you. We got a lot on our morning agenda here, so we're going to try to get through these quickly. We're going to go to ceremonial resolutions. These are items 2 through 6. And we will ask hopefully our colleagues keep it brief as possible. Do we have any comments from the board? Any comments from the public on these ceremonial resolutions?
Move approval.
Moved by Lopez, seconded by Supervisor Askew. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those against? Motion carries 5-0. We have a few presentations, so we will start with Supervisor Askew, who has the first two. And we'll start with the recognition for Mayor Allison Kerr.
Are we on? You got me here? Yep. Okay, perfect. So it's my absolute honor and sorry, come stand with us. It is my absolute honor to recognize Delray Oaks' first female mayor in its history, Allison Kerr, with a resolution honoring you for your service to our community. And I just want to recognize we've got a whole resolution here with a bunch of whereases that I'll present to you, Allison. But I want to acknowledge and recognize how brave you have to be to step into leadership in a small community, how selfless it is to serve as a volunteer in a leadership role in your community. I really appreciated and honored the way that you really worked hard to try to reach out to everyone in the community, to increase community engagement in the community, to help people understand what the issues were in your city and in the larger region. And the way that you led during a global pandemic was extraordinary. We appreciate your leadership and honor you for everything that you've done. So with that, I'd like to present this resolution to you.
And I just want to say thank you. I was just speaking with somebody who's here who's very concerned about an upcoming development and how important it is for our residents to show up and be here and to get to know you. I told him he needs to call you to make an appointment, but that's how it works. And so thank you all for being here. And I really appreciate this honor.
Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Mr. Chair.
Oops, sorry.
Yes, Supervisor Adams wants to make some comments?
Yes, thank you. I just wish to make a couple of comments to Allison Kerr as well, to congratulate her. And just to say for the public's understanding is that under great pressure and often tremendous strain, Allison presented herself with an unbelievable amount of grace and courage and polish for all of the difficult things that she had to face. And I just really always learned from you, Allison, and appreciated so much of what you've done. I really thank you for your service and admire the new look. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Kerr. Also, thank you for being a trailblazer in politics and in your city, and thank you for your service. We definitely commend you for your leadership. Next, we're going to be going to our next presentation, also by Supervisor Askew. This is for the National Seed Swap Day.
Great, thank you. And I believe we have Richard Boynton on Zoom with us today. Richard leads the Marina Tree and Garden Club and is well-known in the community, leading our seed swap that we've been having for as long as I can remember in Marina. And I think I wanted to just celebrate that today, last Saturday in January is recognized as the National Seed Swap Day. And as significant as recognizing the value of home gardens and Americans who grow their own food and the significance of the environmental impact of seeds as they generate growth in our community. I also wanted to recognize the community value that programs like this have and the way that they bring people together and the way that they build relationships among neighbors. And I only recently had the opportunity to begin learned how through the Marina Tree and Garden Club to collect seeds from my own garden and then share those with friends and neighbors. And it's a great way to get to know folks, to learn more about your environment. And I encourage everyone who's interested to check out the Marina Tree and Garden Club. Richard, if you're on the line and would like to make any comments, we just want to recognize and thank you for creating this community space that has become such a valuable and beloved part of our neighborhood.
I am here, and I want to thank you very much for the acknowledgement. When we started this, I don't know, 8 years or so ago, I did not know that it was going to turn into a national movement. I certainly don't take credit for a national movement. I'm just glad we're on the train. I think it's a great thing to do. There are multi-billion-dollar international corporations that are trying to control all the seed bank, and we plug away in our small ways to keep things circulating around, keep the gardens fresh. I appreciate this honor. Thank you very much for the acknowledgement.
Thank you so much. And we will deliver a framed resolution to you and the Marina Tree and Garden Club as well. And then for my colleagues, I did bring some seeds from my garden, some sweet pea flowers that I love. They're my favorite. So I'll pass those around for anyone who's interested in growing some sweet peas in your garden as well. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us today, Richard. And thank you again. I think Allison left, but thank you again, Allison, for being here.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next presentation, I'm going to be making this presentation. I want to call up Paulette Lynch. She was the founder, and her husband, Ken Peterson, first founded First Night Monterey County 30 years ago. And so we're going to be providing a resolution for the anniversary. They started this with the support of friends, artists, allies, and the city of Monterey. She is now retired as executive director of the Arts Council for Monterey County in 2019, but today she works as with Monterey County Pops and the nonprofit Alliance of Monterey County, and consults with various arts organizations. And with her, we have Ellen Martin, the executive director, the current executive director of First Night Monterey. She has continued to expand and deepen First Night Monterey's mission to bring our families and community together through the arts for more than 17 years. So this resolution, before I present it, it says on the 30th anniversary of First Night Monterey Celebration of the Arts. It's at the 30th anniversary of First Night Monterey celebration was held on New Year's Eve, December 31st, 2022, under the leadership of the executive director, Ellen Martin, and the First Night Monterey Board of Directors. First Night Monterey was founded in 1993 as a nonprofit organization by a group of Monterey County residents led by Paulette Lynch, Ken Peterson, Fred Hernandez, and Annette Masonov. First Night was modeled after it was established in Boston to usher the bicentennial in 1976, collaborating with dozens of arts, cultural, civic, and social service organizations. First Night Monterey embraces the vision of looking forward into the new year with hope, and it is powered by the dozens of volunteers of all ages and backgrounds for at least 12 months in advance. And so today, Monterey County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all our residents, recognizes and congratulates First Night Monterey for 30 years of success in bringing our community together through the arts. We express our sincere thanks and appreciation. So we give them all a big round of applause for their tremendous work here in Monterey County. Thank you very much. Thank you for your leadership, and we'd love to hear some words from you.
Thank you. It's really my honor to be here. I'm so appreciative of this recognition. My name is Paulette Lynch, and my husband is Ken Peterson. And he really was the first one to say it was a great idea. Let's go for it. When I came back from a First Night International Conference and said, we just got to do it, I had my backpack full of brochures and budgets and timelines and my heart full of all the videos that they were showing of First Nights. Back then, there were already a good number. So especially appreciative of all the people who first had to say yes for this to ever get off the ground, such as Mayor Dan Albert at the time and City Manager Fred. And so there is so many people to thank, so many people to really honor for all this time. And I would really especially like to thank at this moment Ellen Martin, because she was the one who was willing to take the whole thing forward at the time that we were ready to move on from leadership. But we keep First Night in our heart. We also keep wearing the shirt. And so when we stay close to the whole operation. It is huge, it's massive, but it does the work every time to bring everybody together, every age group, every background, every neighborhood. And that's the original First Night intent in 1976, to bring everybody together through the arts. There's just nothing that does the job in the same way. Thank you. And here's Ellen.
Thank you so much. And thank you to all of the Monterey County supervisors. We wouldn't be celebrating 30 years without the supervisors' support and the Monterey County Arts Council. It's been tremendous that we're 30 years, that we can say 30 years, even with the pandemic, and that we bring 9 hours of programming to the city and the county. We're so thankful for the city of Monterey, who named First Night Monterey as a signature event and has been supporting it and keeping us alive. And then also to all the volunteers. We had so many Salinas high schoolers come this year and volunteer at First Night, and they were so much fun and so into it. And that's what it's all about, is engaging and honoring and celebrating our diversity. So thank you so much for enabling us to have our 30th and to, with hope and creativity, go on this year. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair?
Congratulations, and we look forward to another 30. Supervisor Adams?
Yes, I just wanted to make a couple of quick comments about Paulette and her efforts. Paulette is a force to be reckoned with, and her bringing forward the idea, but also the ability to implement First Night Monterey has really been something. It's a great economic driver for District 5, for the entire county, actually, not just the peninsula. But more to the point, it's a really safe place for people to go on New Year's Eve, and just a tremendous amount of fun for folks. So I really applaud you, but more importantly, I totally thank you for all of the efforts that you've made to make First Night a real mark on the calendar. Thanks so much.
And Mr. Chair, if I could, I want to echo the comments about Paulette, but also thank Ellen, who has taken First Night, expanded into South County in Greenfield, where even during the pandemic, we stood shoulder to shoulder. I think there was a puppy in her arms as well, as we distributed thousands of masks to community members who needed them at a most critical time. So First Night to me is more than just that one night a year, the event and what you guys put on. You've become an organization that truly supports all of Monterey County. So thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. We'll now go to Supervisor Lopez's and a resolution talking about the creation of the Monterey County Youth Poet Laureate.
So National Seat Swap Day, not that one. So Paulette was my Sherpa back in the day when I entered the arts nonprofit world as a board member for the Arts Council, and that work has continued. That work at the Arts Council that she helped bolster has become an incredible organization that Jackie has helped lead for the last couple years. On? I don't know how much closer I can get without it being in my mouth. So I just, we a couple years ago, we launched the actual poet laureate from Monterey County, and Daniel Summerhill was recognized as the first. And this year, it is a great honor for the Monterey County Board of Supervisors to help announce the fact that a youth poet laureate will be created in Monterey County to further expand upon that space for our youth to express themselves, just as we all do as adults coming through the pandemic, coming through so many challenging times, using art as a way to express ourselves, get our emotions out and heal. But we know, and we've seen so many youth in our community use poetry as a way to really reflect the reality of the times that we're living in. I've seen powerful demonstrations of poetry used in Salinas on the peninsula by our youth to express themselves. And I encourage every single one of those people to sign up and apply to become the Youth Poet Laureate for Monterey County. As part of that, we will share, it's not a paid position, but it is a little stipend. Okay, it said not a paid position in this. So, but we want to go ahead and help launch this program as we strive to make Monterey County an even more beautiful place to live, recognizing that the key beauty is in its people and our ability to express ourselves. And so with that, I'd love to hand it over to Jackie Atchison, the Executive Director of the Arts Council for Monterey County.
Thank you, Chris. Sir, Supervisor Lopez. And thank you for all your service to the arts over the last decade and a half. We really appreciate all your support. The Youth Poet Laureate came about after we initiated the County Poet Laureate, Daniel Summerhill. So this was one of his projects, and he really spearheaded this. We're going to be announcing the new Youth Poet Laureate on April 22nd, so watch for that. We also are seeing, I keep saying Amanda Gorman made poetry cool again. And in the past, we've been doing the poetry out loud since 2009, I believe. And we would have 4 or 5 schools registered. This year we have 11. So that's a big increase, and we're really proud of that. And I also want to introduce Karen Lee Garcia, who is our programs director and helped Daniel put this program together.
So thank you very much. We will be accepting applications from youth, the ages 13 to 19 until the end of February. And with this appointment as Youth Poet Laureate for Monterey County, they really will be championing the poetry, their poetry, and also supporting other local youth and through workshops and other initiatives that we'll be planning through the year. So thank you so much. And we're happy to have this resolution to start this program.
And I just want to thank the entire Board of Supervisors for their support of the arts. Since 1985, we've been the county's official arts organization, and we are so proud to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. All right. We also had a resolution for the retirement for Sherry Hall for 27 years of dedicated service to the County of Monterey. That will be presented on another day. We're now going to appointments. These are items 7 through 14. Any questions or comments on any of the appointments by any of my colleagues? Seeing none. Any comments from the public on any of the appointments? Seeing none, could I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve the motion.
Moved by Supervisor Adams, second by Supervisor Lopez. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those against, motion carries 5-0. Okay, we're now going to move to consent calendar. These are items 23 to 32. Do any of my colleagues want to comment or pull any of those items? Any comments from the public on consent calendar? Anyone online? No. Okay, can I have a motion to approve? Moved by Supervisor Askew, second by Supervisor Church. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those against. Motion carries unanimously. Now we're going to general public comments. These are for comments not on today's agenda. We'll give the public a minute and a half to make any comments not on today's agenda. Nobody in chambers, anybody online? Okay, Greg Hammer, these are for items not on today's agenda. We'll give you a minute and a half.
Hi, how you doing?
Yes.
My name is Greg. My name is Greg Hammer. I am just referring to the project that might be coming on Davis Road, where there's going to be $77 million spent on widening the road from 2 lanes to 4 lanes, and they're adding a bike lane. But the bike lane is going to be a class 2 bike lane, which is just a paint stripe down the side of the road, where there's going to be traffic, 2 lanes of traffic going probably 55 miles an hour, if not faster, because it's a nice straight shot. I invite you to walk along Highway 68 right now, where there's a class 2 bike lane, and see how that feels. I think it's not great for the county to invest in something like that. It's not safe. I think the county should look at what Imogen Parkway in Marina is going to look like with a separated class 1 bike lane. And this will really address climate change, equity for people that don't have cars, and accessibility for all people to go from Reservation Road to the city limits, and hopefully expand on a bike network that people will actually use versus painted lines on a road that really don't do anything. Thank you very much. And I hope this will come up for consideration when you guys are planning new roads. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments and raising your concerns. Very much appreciated. Anyone else? Public comments. Last call. Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to close general public comments. I'm going to take things out of order in consideration of our members of the public who are here on East Garrison. We're going to table going to the Water Resources Agency. We'll come back to that. We're going to go into item. We're going to jump to item 18. This is the East Garrison Final Phase Concept Proposal. We're going to receive a presentation related to the East Garrison Final Proposal from the Master Developer, Century Communities. But I believe first we're going to hear from staff. Staff presentation first, and then County Council. Does Century have a limited time to present?
You're not required to, but that's up to you, Chair, and your discretion. You could give them a equivalent amount of time.
Okay. We'll hear from staff, and then we'll go to Century's, and we'll try to keep it at 10 minutes for Century's presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, Supervisors. Bear with me while I switch over to that presentation.
And presenting today is Melanie Beretti, our HCD Principal Planner, and Keith McCoy, a founding partner of the Urban Mixed Development.
Great. Thank you, Chair. Yes, Melanie Beretti with the County of Monterey Housing Community Development Department. I'm joined up here with our Director, Eric Lundquist, and also via Zoom, my colleague, Principal Planner, Anna Kenga, who's available to answer any questions if they may come up. So the proposal today being presented is in concept, and we just want to make sure the board and public is clear that there's been no formal application made at this time. So it is just a concept proposal. But upon application submittal, staff would review and make recommendation to the decision-making authorities based upon the merits of the project. So for today, the board is being asked to receive a presentation related to the East Garrison Final Phase Proposal from the master developer, which is Century Communities. Authorize the HCD director or designee to negotiate amendments to the disposition and development agreement for the development, and that would require concurrence with the successor agency, and provides direction to staff.
Ms. Beretti, could you please speak a little louder? I'm getting comments from the audience that they cannot hear you.
Oh, thank you. Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you. In addition, the developer, Century Communities, has requested that this project be assigned a high priority and that permit processing be expedited. And so since this proposal does impact the location and timing for the delivery of affordable housing at East Garrison, staff has considered this request. And so affordable housing projects are considered a high priority by the board. However, since this project is already approved, the application once submitted would not take priority over other housing projects that are in the processing queue. So today the board may also consider directing staff to process this application as a heightened priority. And if you were to do so, then staff also recommends that the permit processing be subject to a 200% cost recovery fee funded by the developer to help support that processing. So by way of background, the East Garrison development was approved originally in October of 2025. It's a mixed-use residential development that provides up to 1,470 residential units, as well as a number of public facilities, amenities, and parks and open space. To date, the development has built out quite substantially. A total of 994 homes have been constructed. An additional 65 affordable apartments, which is the Chispa Phase 2 affordable apartment project, is under construction currently. So under the current approvals, that would leave a remaining 341 housing units plus an additional optional 70 accessory dwelling units. I did want to note those ADUs are associated currently with a certain product type that would be approved for over garage cottage units, ADUs. So that's why they're optional. The fire station is complete, as well as 37 of the approximately 38 acres of parks and open space have been constructed. And so what's remaining is the library and sheriff's substation. That library, I did want to alert to the board that it will be appearing in the capital improvement program for starting next year to begin preliminary design and cost estimates for the library out at East Garrison. The town center and town center park are remaining, as well as the redevelopment renovation of the remaining 23 historic buildings that are envisioned to be a historic arts district. So Century Communities has cited many challenges to completing the final phase of the development as it's set out in the project agreements and proposals. And the developer is here and will provide a presentation for greater detail following staff's presentation. So county staff and our consultant have taken a preliminary review and asked some preliminary questions of the developer and given feedback into the concept proposal. But again, we've not done any kind of detailed analysis to date of this concept proposal. So the key elements include modifying the remaining housing mix and the location of that remaining housing mix, as well as co-locating the Phase 3 affordable rental housing apartments with the town center. And so just this diagram is the where you see the orange flanking what is the arts park that's constructed. It would be relocating the planned buildings for the Phase 3 affordable to the purple or the proposed town center. So this would result in a 3- and 4-story mixed-use commercial residential project, which would have the affordable rental apartments stacked on top of about 30,000 square feet of flexible commercial space below. And the balance of that 34,000 minimum obligation of commercial space for the town center would be met through 4,000 square feet of the library, and that is allowed for in the agreements. To adjust the mix of the housing development and remaining housing units, it would the proposal essentially replaces smaller condominiums with more single-family dwellings, townhomes, and row houses. And this is done by placing single-family homes on the original affordable housing site that's flanking the arts park. It would be infilling existing north parcel adjacent to the town center park with row houses. And it also would be infilling what is currently a high-density condominium site with compact 2- and 3-story single-family residences with a net reduction in 23 market rate units. I do want to flag that there'd be no change. There's no proposed change in the total number of affordable units. So with that, upon submittal of an application, For the county's process, preliminary review does suggest that there would be amendments needed to the East Garrison specific plan, the general plan, land use designation and zoning, as well as the land use entitlements. All of these approvals are discretionary and would be subject to the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. The level of CEQA analysis warranted is not known at this time, but would be determined upon submittal of application and analysis. And then, of course, all of these processes, both through the hearing bodies and through CEQA, afford public comment and consultation throughout the process. Because the East Garrison development is a former redevelopment project, there is also requirement to update some of those former redevelopment agreements, including specifically amending the disposition and development agreement for that development. The former redevelopment is dissolved and we're now a successor agency. And so successor agencies are required to assess whether the proposed changes are consistent with dissolution law, provide assessment whether modifications that are proposed reduce liabilities and or increase net revenues to the taxing entities, as well as if they facilitate or expedite the winding down of the former redevelopment affairs. I'm not sure what that error is, but hopefully it lets me advance to the next slide. So modification of the former redevelopment agreements through the successor agency would require the Board of Supervisors acting as the Board of Directors for successor agency to approve any amendments. That would then need to go to the Consolidated Oversight Board for the County of Monterey and ultimately be approved by the California Department of Finance. And again, those would all be public processing procedures and would be subject to CEQA as well. So again, today's presentation is just a proposal in concept, and no formal application's been made at this time. Therefore, we are looking at staff's recommendation that the board receive the presentation today, authorize the director or designee to negotiate amendments to the DDA, and provide additional direction to staff. The board may also wish to direct staff to assign high priority to the East Garrison Development final phase proposal, and that once it's been submitted to the county, and to expedite permit processing. Staff does suggest that should it wish to expedite permit processing and assign high priority, that would be at a 200% cost recovery funded by the master developer. And I do want to note that we can make it a priority over other applications, similar to how we process affordable housing projects as high priority, which is a board priority. But we do want to make sure that the board recognizes that in doing so, that may mean that other applications would likely be delayed. So that could take priority. And at this time, we cannot commit to a specific time frame for what an expedited review would look like. We would need to receive that application to better understand the timing for that processing. So with that, staff's available for question. And as I indicated, the developer team is here as well with a brief presentation to provide a little greater detail.
Okay, if we could go to the Century Communities presentation and then we could take questions after that. We'll provide 10 minutes, please.
And I will be sharing from my screen. I'll be sharing the developer's presentation if you can bear with me.
Melanie, you can hang on to that till Barry gets up.
Okay.
I'm just going to provide a little. And thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Anthony Lombardo on behalf of Century Communities. It's been about 20 years since I appeared before you on this project. Keith McCoy, who's here with us today, as well as Barry Long, were also on the original entitlement team with me. A lot has changed, including the color of my hair, actually, in those 20 years. So we're on the last phase of the project, as staff pointed out. We are considering some changes that Barry will discuss in greater detail. Today, one things we're not doing is asking the board to approve anything. There has been some conversation among the residents and others about what we're asking today. We're just making the presentation on the proposed changes to you, as we have been doing to the neighborhood for about the last 15 months. You are our neighbors as well. You own a lot of property around East Garrison. And we're looking today for your thoughts and input like we did with the neighbors and have been doing with the neighbors for 15 months up to and including last Saturday. This is the last phase, as staff pointed out. It consists of the Art Space 66 unit affordable housing component, 30,000 square feet of commercial, and 318 remaining residential units, 2/3 of which are inclusionary or workforce. We need to make some, or would like to make some adjustments, maybe need is a better word, to the plan for the final phase in order to assist ArtSpace in obtaining their tax increment financing so they can get their project under construction as soon as possible. We have incorporated the 30,000 square feet of commercial development that's required in the last phase into the ArtSpace proposal in order to get that built at the same time as the ArtSpace inclusionary housing, and then revise the housing mix of the remaining market rate housing units in East Garrison in the final phase. To accomplish all of this in time for ArtSpace to get their tax credit allocation application considered in 2024, because the state of California only does tax credit allocation considerations in June of each year. So in order for us to make the June 2024, it would require the board to consider this proposal sometime this year. And with any luck, it took CHISPA 2 or 3 times to get their allocation. But if ArtSpace was successful in 2024, the project is by requirement and by law with tax credits would begin construction, including the commercial component during the year 2024. There's 2 ways to do that. Staff had suggested they could prioritize their time. I'm not certain about the 200% cost recovery. There are some legal strictures on how much agencies can charge for their staff time. I'm not certain that that proposal is consistent with the law, but we'd obviously look into that. Or perhaps more realistically, the county could engage a local environmental and planning firm on a consulting basis to do the work so that we can make sure and get this considered and completed during this year. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Barry Long from Urban Design Associates, who's much more interesting and has much prettier pictures than I ever have. Thank you.
And there's 6
I'll
minutes,
just
6.5 minutes left.
Until our presentation comes up. Terrific. And then I'm just going to ask you, I'll just say forward. Well, good afternoon, Chair, Supervisor. As Mr. Lombardo said, I'm Barry Long, a principal with UDA. And our firm specializes in community planning, Main Street design, and most recently, we've worked on disaster recovery in towns such as Paradise, where we worked in support of the town in creating their rebuilding plan. But taking a step back, I was the lead planner and designer for the East Garrison Master Plan over 20 years ago. And it's the plan that you see built today. And Century Communities has brought us back to help tweak the plan for the final phase. Next. As Mr. Lombardo said, we have been meeting with East Garrison residents over the past year to discuss what it will take to move the plan forward. And from the number of comments that you've received, you can, I'm sure, see that we've been engaging in a discussion. And on this slide is a list of the meetings that we've had. Those discussions will continue. Next. And this aerial shows that, again, as staff said, the majority of East Garrison is built out, except for the land that is outlined in red, and that represents the final phase. To build this unfinished area, we need to make minor changes to the original plan that must go before Planning Commission and then come back before you. So again, today's presentation is just informational. Next. So our biggest challenge right now is that the last required affordable housing neighborhood, also known as ArtSpace, but it's the last required affordable housing neighborhood, is not feasible in its current location and building type because it doesn't support a competitive tax credit application. And a secondary challenge is that the high-density condominiums, shown here with a larger circle, that location, don't make sense from a market standpoint. Next. The solution is to move the affordable housing to the village center in a mixed-use building with apartments over retail. And this will allow for, again, a more competitive tax credit application. The difference in this building there between the original application and what's planned and what's proposed now is that building had market rate apartments over retail. These would be affordable apartments over retail, but it would look the same, largely the same. Next. And this is an illustration that we created to give you a sense of what that building would look like. So again, retail on the ground floor with apartments above. You can get a sense in this concept of the building character. Obviously, this isn't final architecture. We're not to that point in that level of detail yet. You can also see the connection. We're standing in the park here on Sherman Avenue, but you can see the connection between the park and parking, which would be through the gap in the building. Next. And this is a view of, or an illustration of how the plan would be finished out. So the orange area would then be completed with a mix, as staff said, of single family homes, the blue area with row houses. The green is our last park, our 1 acre park, focus in the center of the plan. And then you can see in the purple, the affordable units over commercial, the chapel would remain, and then the county's library site is at the head of the park. Next. And this is an illustration of the park design, looking at one half of it towards the amphitheater that's proposed. You can again see the character of what's envisioned, and then around the perimeter, the mixed-use building to the right, and then the row houses at the end of the park and to the left. Next. So in listening to residents, we've made some modifications as we've gone. We've added engagement opportunities for the residents, and again, those will continue, accounted for all 34,000 square feet of required commercial space, and it's all around the town square. We've added public restrooms in the town square, added shop fronts facing the town square, added a shared use community courtyard, and made the commercial space more flexible. And this is an illustration on the opposite side of the town square, but again, facing the town square of the row houses. Here you can see the shop fronts on the ground floor where a resident could have a home business. But I would just like to point out in our discussions with residents, we had an open house on Saturday. Here's an example of the dialogue. They said, hey, this doesn't exactly, in our opinion, match the pattern book or the design of the community, which is more traditional. I can't really argue that, but I can say we're the authors of the pattern book. I drew most of it myself. So I did say, hey, you know, we understand that and we'll work on that to make sure that it is compatible with the traditional character of the community. So this will be revised. The final mix. It's been gone over already, but the important thing to know here is that the residential in the final phase is the same for the affordable, moderate income and workforce units. And as you can see, that's a lot of units together. The affordable component, the market rate has been reduced from the original plan, the current plan in the first column, to the proposed plan, which is the second column, by 23 units. The commercial is the same, 34,000 in the original, 34,000 in the current. Next. And then Century, just to emphasize, is going to meet their obligations in the affordable units, the moderate, the workforce, the 34,000 square feet, and the 1 acre square park, which has already been designed. So I want to thank you. It's a concept in today's presentation, and it's simply this presentation meant to bring you up to speed on where we are. We look forward to working with you to complete East Garrison. We do have Greg Hamburg from ArtSpace in via Zoom. And if time permits, he can give you a little bit more perspective on why they need to move, but I'll leave that at the discretion of you. But thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. We're right on time. We could give ArtSpace a couple of minutes if you want to just speak to their work in trying to get those tax credits to get their project off the ground.
Sure. Chair, members of the commission, my name is Greg Hamburg. I'm the Senior Vice President of Properties for ArtSpace, and I've been a participant in the East Garrison project since 1999. So it's good to finally be here. We are ready to go and ready to begin work on the final phase of affordable housing, the artist live work housing component to the project. As Mr. Lombardo indicated, it took CHISPA a number of rounds to kind of get their funding secured and be able to start construction. We're thrilled to see that project moving forward. It's now with the phase 2 project underway. It's time to begin work on the phase 3. We truly believe that the new proposed site for the combined commercial and affordable housing development is a more competitive and a more feasible site than the previously proposed town art park site. It really has everything to do with construction type and cost efficiency. Again, once these minor changes to the original plan are approved, we're ready to move forward. We're standing in the wings and we're very excited. So I entertain any questions, but this has our full support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we will go, before we go to comments from members of the public, we'll go to the board members to see if there's any questions on any of the presentations. Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, thank you. I do have a number of questions, actually. And just starting off, I know that we have quite a bit of resident opinion about this project. And I was just wondering, I don't know that we gave notice, but given that we've given others an opportunity for presentation, would it be appropriate to include an opportunity for any organized community groups to speak as well?
Well, this isn't an actual application, but we could accommodate if there is an organized, we could provide some time for that. But any other questions though, besides that?
I've got a bunch.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So this question to county staff. So we've had a number of assessments done by the developer to look at the feasibility of different types of housing that's requested to be changed, as well as the commercial changes to what was envisioned originally for commercial. So I'm just wondering what, if any, independent assessments we've had done to verify or to double check the assumptions that are being made as we're being asked to take action to prioritize this.
Yeah, thank you. If I may, through the chair. So staff, we primarily asked a lot of questions and tried to anticipate what some of the data information and needs would be for the policymakers, you and the Planning Commission to make your decisions. We did have an outside consultant who assisted with preliminary review and analysis of the draft updated retail market study that was completed for the town center, as well as there is also a tax increment analysis in there. There were some in the tax increment analysis. Generally, it looked fine and was not surprising, the conclusions in that, because the proposed units are larger and therefore generate similar, if not slightly higher property taxes at the site. In terms of the retail study, there were some elements of analysis that our consultant and staff felt could have been included. Whether or not it would change the outcome in terms of sort of market demand for the retail element, that we don't know. And again, what's before us is concept and draft. So those are things that we would dive into more deeply upon submittal.
Lot of talk about affordable by design and a mix of housing types. So yes, we keep track of our arena required design types of housing are very low, our market rate are affordable. But within the market rate segment, there's there's significant variety in the types of market rate housing that can be built, with larger single family homes, with the smaller condos, with and so this concept of affordable by design or more affordable by design, you speak to the changes in that. Can we hear a little bit more about what loss in affordable by design, the loss of units that would be designated or could be considered affordable by design in the proposed plan?
Through the chair, Supervisor Askew, Eric Lundquist, Housing Community Development Director. We do recognize there is a change being suggested here from the condominium or the affordable design by design, as you put it, into a more single family dwelling type. So we have recognized that there would be a loss in that. As you point out, those would not be restricted under our affordable housing requirements, but because of their size and their form, they would have a lesser purchase price in the market, and therefore might be achievable by an income that's just above those required for purchase at the moderate income level, or slightly above that, maybe up to 150%. Melanie's pulling up the chart that has the numbers of units and the spread of those which would be lost. And if we need a little more time, maybe we can come back to that. Oh, there they are. Good. So you're seeing the single family approved 780. And then the townhouse, row house, those 227, those would be really at that affordability by design level. And you see a reduction in the final proposal there down to 104. So there is quite a bit of loss of that type of unit.
Yeah, and I think it's the condos and the live work units, specifically the condos that I'm looking at, going from 393 down to 66. That is a significant reduction. And, I understand that for developers, they're looking at their bottom line, they're looking at what pencils out. And I also recognize that this concept that the East Garrison proposal was a whole picture. And so while there may have been significant profits or more profits in earlier phases, I guess the concern that I have is that just because some of the later phases include housing types that provide less profit to the developer, they had their opportunity within the bigger picture of the development to make that profit. And this is the type of thing that's supposed to balance out in the end. So when we're building developments like this, we're not just looking at each individual unit individually, we're looking at the entirety of the project. And so this change is concerning to me, given the housing needs and the workforce housing needs of our community. So just want to make, I guess it was a question, but it was also a comment. And then in regards to parking concerns that were significant in the comments that we received from the public, is there any additional information about changes to parking or any minimum parking requirements that would be necessary within any changes to plans?
Well, that is something that we will be looking at through the specific plan amendment. If there is language there that calls out a number of spaces and they're inconsistent, then they will have to request an amendment to that particular standard. I would say that there is some trends in parking and minimum parking standards that are emerging throughout the state and throughout the nation. So we'll be carefully considering what the overall demand is and perhaps requiring some additional technical studies to support the application or the findings necessary to present a staff recommendation.
Okay. One of the other things that's in that, and I spent a lot of time sort of looking back over the specific plan as we think about changes. And, I tend to fall into the idea that, specific plans, it serves a purpose for a period of time, but, this was a big vision that was sort of thrown onto a piece of paper. And we recognize, I think everyone recognized that there would have to be ongoing changes. But one of the specific items within the specific plan speaks to some pretty extensive public transportation that would be accessible to residents at East Garrison. We know that that's not actually materialized in the way that we envisioned for many reasons. But I think that is important if we think about housing, transportation. There are some communities that are more car reliant than others. And this may be one given the more remote nature. Other questions would be in terms of the timeline that's being projected out. So once an application is submitted by the developer, the opportunity for community input into amendments would cease to exist. So I guess the question to the developer would become more limited once you've identified what it is you're submitting to the county as a proposal. What ongoing public opportunity for input into the thinking about the plan that would be proposed or submitted? What additional community input do you anticipate being able to provide before the time that a plan is submitted? Thank you.
Hi, Keith McCoy, representing Century Communities. I'm sure we're going to have multiple meetings with the community ongoing. We just had one on Saturday. We had over 80 residents participating. I would imagine ongoing probably not monthly, but, pretty close to that. I've already, made contact with a lot of the residents, and we have an open dialogue. So it's going to be a fluid thing. We're going to be, preparing the applications shortly. We have a lot of the information now. But as we get in and we work with staff and we look at the technical studies, this is just conceptual, right? So things will change a little bit as we get into it. It's not set in stone, in other words.
Okay. And
Okay.
if we do give direction today to support expediting this, or identifying it as a priority, what is the timeline by which you expect to be submitting that application?
Probably within 60 days.
Within 60 days. Okay. So the opportunity for community input into what ends up in that plan would be the most significant over the next 60 days.
Yes. And keeping in mind, we've had over 9 or 10 meetings with the community. So we wanted to do a lot of pre-planning and listening to the residents before we got to this point.
No, and I appreciate that. Thank you for that. It was something that I made abundantly clear that I think it was important that to the degree that it makes it really hard when we have communities show up with very different perspectives. And so to the degree that you were able to include community and reach out in advance of showing up here, I really appreciate that.
It's how we got East Garrison approved in the beginning.
We're going to keep moving because we have limited time. I want to give a chance to other colleagues to ask their questions before we go to public comment. Anyone else? Supervisor Church? Yes.
I have several questions here as well. What's the population of East Garrison now? Do we know?
I don't offhand know the population other than there's about 994 residential units out there, multifamilies.
And you made reference that there was a retail study done, a market retail study for 30,000 square feet. And with that, considering that population, that 30,000 is felt that it can be filled?
So there was so the developer did commission and did complete a market study for retail portion of the commercial. One thing which is important to note is that the vision in the approvals and in the agreements for East Garrison is that the town center was not solely retail. It's envisioned and allows for a number of different types of commercial and civic spaces. And that's why, for example, the agreements allow 4,000 square feet of the library, for example, to count towards that town center. So the retail study does address a portion of it, but not the entirety of its uses. Yes.
But it does have 30,000 for retail.
I believe it is flexible commercial, not exclusively for retail, but could be utilized, but I don't want to speak to in detail. I would ask the developer to
I'm
clarify.
just concerned since we're approving something here with a large amount of retail and not a large population, whether it's really going to pull in a number of the right businesses onto there.
Supervisor Church, and everything you read on the internet is true, right? So quick research on the internet here produced 19,000 people in East Garrison.
19,000.
Yes.
Okay. And so with the addition here, this will bring it up to about 1,300 homes. We're probably going to have around 20, somewhere under 3,000 probably is the anticipated population. I'm just extrapolating out. In terms of making this a high priority, is it going to kick back any other affordable housing projects that the county is now looking at?
So I don't want to speak too directly to our existing workload, but absolutely, inevitably, if we were to bring a new project on board into our queue that would be placed at a higher priority, any planner and staff member that'd be assigned, whatever's on their plate currently would have to adjust in priority and timing. We've not done the detailed analysis. Some of that depends on the timing of submittal of the application itself to be able to really make that determination at that time.
So in addition here, now there's a sheriff's substation and a library that's being considered, which I have some difficulty with thinking that it's going to, it just could pull out a deputy. It's going to be maybe over here and in an area when I think, there's probably places in Big Sur and South County and North County that could, more use those kind of limited resources. And the same thing with the library there too. I mean, there's a library over in not too far away in Marina, which is a pretty good size. And yet, there's a lot of communities, Las Lomas, Chular, for example, probably an incomparable population that don't have libraries, as well as maybe are, enhancing the bookmobile. I mean, I'm just not sure when looking at things now, when these were approved 20 years ago, that some of the fine details here are really what are appropriate at this time. I'm also, I'm trying to get a picture of with these 23 historic buildings, having gone through there and seen there's parking right up to these historic buildings, which pretty nice roads, pretty nice parking. It's just kind of off to the side. It's a big chunk of land there. It's just being mothballed. It seems to me if we're going to approve this project, maybe we should start looking how we can utilize these facilities to augment what this community needs and to really make use of them. Just having them sit there and being mothballed is it's a waste of resources, frankly.
Supervisor Church, if I may, I think I said 19,000. I'm 1,900 is that build up. So I may have scared some of the residents there thinking they're.
I figured that's what you meant. That's why I went to 3,000.
And if I may just briefly through the chair respond just briefly to a couple of the concerns. So with regard to the library and the sheriff's substation, one, I did want to clarify, even though it's named sheriff's substation, all of the documents and conversation really looks at it as a field office where a community service officer could have some presence, but not necessarily fully staffed. And in discussions with the prior sheriff, that has been consistent. That being said, we have a new sheriff, which we will begin discussing with the new sheriff and their team to see what is current. Also, as a part of that concept proposal, the library is also working to do outreach to the community and will be a part of that kind of pre-planning or initial planning and design work will include demand needs and what would be appropriate out there for the library. With regard to the Historic Arts District, I did want to just alert the board and the community that we've been in conversation with Art Space is also the nonprofit developer partner identified to work on renovation of those buildings. We are actually talking with Art Space and in the second quarter of this year, so in the spring, anticipate to start doing outreach with the community about those historic buildings and that portion of the development.
Okay, let's go to Supervisor Adams or Lopez.
Thank you very much. I want to be sure that I'm absolutely clear about this. So even though it's not part of today's discussion, we are looking at efforts to rehabilitate the county-owned buildings, and they'll plan to be part of the Arts Habitat project.
Yeah, correct. That 23 remaining historic buildings, we are engaging and we'll start with that outreach in the spring.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I did want to ask some questions as well. I know that everything that we do here is dictated by the disposition and development agreement for East Garrison. And I appreciate that the developer has provided an analysis of the tax increment difference between the existing plan and this new proposal. Can you just help me understand whether the additional revenue will benefit the local residents, the current residents? Would it go, as an example, to their community services district?
So the taxes that are paid out at East Garrison, the property tax, there are by state law, there are formulas that dictate how much, given the taxing area at East Garrison, how much goes to which taxing entities. I don't want to speak in detail, but any increase or decrease in the total amount of taxes does impact all of the taxing entities, which includes not only the successor agency, which receives tax increment to fulfill its obligations at East Garrison. The county directly receives some to general fund, and then schools, fire, other districts also receive that. It doesn't, the community services and community facilities district are separate. That's a completely separately established assessment fee that the residents pay for those services.
So essentially the change in the tax increment would just go into the general funding. It's not going to be targeted to the folks who are at East Garrison.
There would be an increase if, say, it increased by 10%, then the successor agency's portion of the tax increment would have a comparable magnitude of increase in its revenue. And the successor agency funding does go towards satisfying those financial obligations per the DDA.
Okay, thank you for that. And then, so that was my questions on that. concerned about the parking without question. I thought that the overall, I liked the change from high density to the row house, townhouse, multifamily, because I thought it would be a better fit for the existing community than the high density 4-story buildings. But I just, whatever we do, I'm just very concerned about the parking in that area. It seems like I had heard someplace that they're, it was saying, well, if there's not enough parking, people can park at Dog Park and then walk over to the retail area. But it seemed like that was quite a space, quite a distance, and it didn't make a lot of sense. So I think we're still going to have to deal with that a little bit more. And then finally, based on the expedition of the project, if it's goes through on a fast track, how many more years before we'll get our short-term rental ordinance?
Okay, let's go Supervisor Lopez. Any questions?
Yeah, no, just trying to stay focused. I appreciate that this is informational. I think the material put together were complete and concise, and I appreciate that. I also enjoyed the presentation and the ability to learn about all the opportunities the community has had so far and the fact that that engagement will continue. I think that's the critical piece. All we're talking about today is whether or not we should allow staff to engage on this conversation. So given that, I've got no further questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I appreciate the presentation too and all the public input. We've got a lot of emails from a lot of residents of East Garrison. So those were read, those were well appreciated on numerous concerns about the project, but also an expression of wanting to see progress happen at this place. The only question I would have for staff was just on the creation, whether this, I haven't heard it, so I don't think it's utilized, but the consideration of utilizing an infrastructure finance district or an AB2, the Community Revitalization Investment Authority that I authored when I was in Assembly, AB2, of any of those considered as post redevelopment tools to help the county, I guess, in using tax increment to pay for any of future costs of maintenance of the neighborhood and development.
Just briefly, we haven't looked in detail into those because of the dissolution with redevelopment. The successor agency is limited. We're not able to enter into new obligations, which those I think would be envisioned to be. That being said, we do very much anticipate as we have conversations, in particular for the remaining those historic buildings, looking for creative ways and partnerships that that perhaps the county proper may be able to step in and play a role with if the successor agency may be limited, depending on what that looks like.
Thank you very much. Those were created as a tool when the legislature and the Governor Brown got rid of redevelopment. It took an important tool to deal with reuse of military bases in particular. So anyways, I just wanted to put that in and perhaps just consider it as a proposal moves forward here today. But we're limited on time, so I'm going to go straight to public comments. We got quite a few members of the community who want to speak, so I'm going to online and in person. So I'm going to go to 1 minute each. This is a presentation only. When it comes back for an actual application, we will give time to opposition to have an equal 10 minutes and also perhaps more time for the public. But since this is only a presentation and consideration of giving it priority status, we will go to the public. And you could please come to the mic and you'll get your 1 minute. Come forward, sir.
So I have a minute?
Yes.
Okay, I'll read it here. Let's go faster. Good morning, supervisors and board. My name is Al Shamble. I'm a homeowner in East Garrison, and I'm concerned about proposed parking in the Century Town Center plan. I do appreciate that the original architects are involved and continue to have a unique sense of place as an important element in the design that is also of major importance to the community. However, please have county staff consider if the parking proposed is adequate for near-term and future use of both residents and guests, both commercial and private. As a four-door national monument gateway, East Garrison already attracts hikers, mountain bikers, nature lovers, and retired four-door military veterans. Thousands of veterans will want to bring their grandkids to visit and hike the trails where they carried 80-pound packs. Restrooms and refreshments will be welcome. The recent Craig Community Town Center survey with 590 responses shows tremendous statistical support for a vibrant town center with a grocery mart, restaurants, restrooms, and storefront shops. Does the DDA and specific plans support the new numbers of parking places per square foot that are being proposed? There is currently a parking issue on the streets of East Garrison, and adequate town center and overflow parking will be needed.
Thank you.
The town center will have visitors from outside the area. Parking must be resolved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go to the next person. We need the sound so we could alert people when their time is up. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
And Mark, it's it. Go. My name's Helen Shamble. I've been a resident in East Garrison for 5 years. I'm also a member of PREG, Preservation and Restoration of East Garrison, is an informal but growing group of East Garrison residents who are paying attention to what happens in our community. Of all the groups before you today, residents have the most at stake, but to date, we are not stakeholders in the decision-making process. Back in 2004, East Garrison started with a vision of a mixed-income walkable community, and the public was part of that vision. Much has changed in the world in 20 years, including the demolition of several of their 23 buildings that you guys are talking about, and perhaps so it could change the footprint of the development and even the historic status of our buildings. Century has done a pretty good job of outreach to the community, but outreach is not a seat at the table. We're told the conclusions reached in meetings with county staff and Art Space and Arts Habitat. We hear the overviews of studies, but unless we conduct our own, we are not participants in creating those studies. I would agree that the board should direct all parties to prioritize East Garrison and get that development done. My ask is that the residents be one of those parties at the table.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Next person, please.
My name is Richard Stevens. I've been a resident of East Garrison for 5 years and also a member of the PREG committee. And I'm actually going to build off of what Supervisor Church spoke about. We see a large disconnect between what's going on with the builder and what's going on with the county's 23 historic buildings. And we are really anxious and concerned that we start working on that with the county. We'd like our community to have a voice with the county on this. And we urge the Board of Supervisors to form an ad hoc committee that we can work with so that we can begin this process immediately, so that we can have solutions that are complementary to what the builder is doing in the county historic buildings. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for being here. We'll go to the next person.
Hi, my name is Matt Jolda. I am a resident of East Garrison, and I'm just going to jump straight to the real talk here. Doing things such as accounting for 30,000 square feet of retail development is an obligation. That is not feedback. Feedback based on resident expertise and living in the area and lessons learned is things like minor changes around parking, windbreaks, sun and shade, delivery truck loading zones, and preserving views of the chapel and mountainscape. These could make the town center more successful in our community while still accomplishing Century's goals. I have not seen any real feedback incorporated into the plans to date since chatting with Century over 2 months ago. It is my ask that the Board of Supervisors make sure that there is ongoing meaningful public input opportunities between East Garrison residents, Century communities, and Monterey County staff to direct the entire future development of East Garrison as a cohesive whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your comments. Next person, please.
Honorable Supervisors, I'm John Mott. I'm a resident of East Garrison for the past 2 years. Century's development concept has been presented, but not with significant, meaningful public input. Century did make several presentations about their plan, but there was no genuine way of discussing alternative ideas or concepts. We could question their plan, but not propose something different or new. Drawings, not models, were provided. There were no charrettes or pre-designed workshops. Understandably, Century is hyper-focused on its remaining responsibilities. Unfortunately, we could not consider other aspects of East Garrison, such as the historic buildings or the chapel. The proposed mass of 3- and 4-story buildings in our town center concerns me. They do not fit with our community. They overshadow common areas and block views. To obtain high priority amendments to the specific plan, Century must agree to be part of an ongoing dialogue, including residents and county staff. The three parties must be open to analyzing other ideas, alternatives, and concepts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Go to our next speaker, please.
Good day, members of the board. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to be able to express and submit to you our concerns. I don't want to repeat everything that you're going to hear consistently on a theme here, but as a senior director at a Fortune 500 company that deals with business development, there are some issues that need to be addressed, specifically with respect to the parking space. I do want to thank Century for the unique concept of how they put together the affordable housing with the commercial space, but the parking is really important because in my experience over the 39 years, basically, if you don't have adequate space that will enable foot traffic, retail or commercial is not going to succeed. That is a big problem here. Today, as I live on a street right next to the park, I can't even park in front of my house. When there's games or practices, I've got to go park in another side street. This is setting ourselves up with the population that's there and people that will be coming in to visit to not be able to find parking space. And so hence, commercial properties or businesses are not going to succeed, and we want them to succeed. So I would suggest that, as was suggested earlier, that there be an ad hoc committee involved with the developer to move this thing forward, because we do need to move this thing forward. I've been here living in the area for 7 years, and we're still waiting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Honorable Supervisors, we bought our first East Garrison home in February of 2020. In the sales office, prominently displayed on the wall was a very colorful diagram of how the land was being parceled out. 2 of the parcels were clearly labeled Future Town Center. Fast forward to September of this past year, after we had bought a second house in East Garrison, Century emerged with a new plan. It called for using more than half the promised town center land for housing. It was a real gut punch. Then a couple of weeks later, Century landed a second blow when they told us that according to their survey, the realistic and sustainable capacity of commercial space in the town center was just 5,000 square feet. And that their rationale for planning to build homes now on town center land was, and I quote, East Garrison being somewhere in the middle of nowhere, so to speak, and the lack of rooftops at East Garrison now and in the future. So all those things combined, it's just not an ideal site for retail or commercial. And we recognized that a long time ago. That is a quote of Century's representative.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Your 1 minute is up. Sorry about that. Our buzzer is not working here to alert the public when their time is. We'll go to the next speaker, please. Thank you.
My name's Karen Helms. My husband and I bought our home in East Garrison in 2016. We love the idea of the town center, and while everything might not be perfect from every resident's point of view, I'd rather it goes forward now and not wait forever. The only concern we have, which is a concern in East Garrison in general, is parking. We need more parking for the town center. It's already a problem in the community, and high density housing and retail with people coming to visit possibly that are driving cars, that's a problem. And busing isn't an option even when it gets through East Garrison. People working will have cars, multiple cars for families. So that's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Any other speakers in the chambers? Seeing none, we're going to go to speakers on Zoom.
There are 4 hands raised.
Okay, we'll go to those.
Yes, Shannon Rose.
Shannon Rose, you got your
Hi.
1 minute?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. I just wanted to share my support for the town center plan submitted by Century and ask that the board with them to move this forward as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much. We'll go to our next speaker.
The input that they've received from
Oh, you're cutting out.
The next speaker is Jim Neptune.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Collectively, the 994 homeowners in East Garrison have nearly $1 billion in investment in the community. That means homeowners are stakeholders. Century answers questions regarding parking by saying a parking study is underway, and when it's complete, adjustments will be made to comply with a specific plan. The specific plan requires a minimum of 309 off-street parking spaces, and the proposal has only 120 off-street spaces. What's there to study? 120 does not equal 309. Century Communities is not treating homeowners as stakeholders. Solutions to those problems that we have should not be negotiated behind closed doors between county government agencies and Century's communities, with 994 East Garrison stakeholders excluded. This is fundamentally wrong. We are stakeholders and we are not the general public.
Thank you very much for your comments. I'll go to the next speaker.
Mike Level.
It's time to move forward for the completion of East Garrison. I am thankful that Town Center build out was delayed. I do not think that the population or market numbers would have supported successful businesses. I have owned and operated 2 small businesses, and I know that empty retail space and failed businesses would have been a disaster. I'm also thankful that Century Communities has a revised plan to move forward with the final phase of East Garrison. I also appreciate that their plan is for all remaining parts, including town center, art space, and affordable housing, and the remaining homes. I think a coherent plan, overall plan, is much more preferable than a piecemeal plan. It was a good decision to delay the final build out, and is now a good decision to move forward for East Garrison's completion. It would make East Garrison an even better place to live, work, and visit, and a valuable asset and revenue source for Monterey County. To delay or eliminate this completion would be a mistake. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Rose Level.
Hello. I ask that the Board of Supervisors approves working with Century to provide county resources so we can move forward. I became involved with a group of neighbors, Preg, from the beginning of the town center talks. I believe there was a choice made by the leadership and by each of us within this group of homeowners. We each chose to work with Century or work against Century. I attended all the Zoom sessions and in-person meetings. We had opportunities to ask questions and make suggestions. I feel that I was heard and changes were made. I choose to work with Century so the final phase of our community can be built. I ask that the Board of Supervisors also chooses to work with Century to provide county resources so we can move forward as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rose. Anyone else?
Ricardo Diaz Jr.
Thank you.
Hi, yes. I just want to make a comment about this. It's not pretty high on my list, but my comment about the issue is about that North County needs improvement much more than other places. On a side note, in the future, about the time limit on, I know it's the chair's choice, but it's just, I just feel that, and I probably other constituents feel that this is not enough time, and especially on bigger issues, especially when it's an issue that people are passionate about. 1 minute from just hearing from these comments right now, it just is not enough, and everyone's going over. But that's just pretty much my comment on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else online?
Deborah Kelly.
Good morning, supervisors and members of the public.
My husband and I have reviewed the current plan that Century has submitted to the county and even went down to the open house at the East Garrison Fire Station on Saturday and spoke to the design team about the plan. We would like the Board of Supervisors to do their initial review of Century's updated phase plan, and we approve of Century's proposed. We feel like we've been heard by Century and they have taken our input. So I appreciate all the hard work that Century has put into trying to develop a plan that works cohesively with the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? There's no more speakers online. We're going to go to one more speaker here in chambers. You'll be our last speaker. Thank you for waiting.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hello, my name is Sonia Bellamy. We moved to Century in 2016 after 27 years in the military. We came to Century and to East Garrison because we love the community. We love the Monterey area. But when we came in, we knew that they were going to have a nice town center area for us. And then the parking is a very big problem that we're having right now. My question is for Century, is that why would we not have a voice? Because I haven't received anything. I know a lot of people said that they've heard something, but I've been there. I'm a stay-home mom, brain tumor survivor. I love the neighborhood, but I want it to be a nice area, not to be putting in so many homes where there's people parking everywhere. So it's a big problem. It's a big problem. And I just want our voice to be heard. And I know that some people has spoken with Century, but I haven't received anything. And not, it's just that it's our neighborhood, it's our homes, and our voice should be heard within the community and with Century. I mean, they're doing a great job. I love my home, but I just think that we need to have a voice because it's our home. They're going to come in and do this and they're gone, but we're there. We have to live with their choices. I feel that we should have more options instead of just one.
Thank you, ma'am.
There should be another option.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your comments. Any other members of the public? Okay, we're going to close public comment and we're going to bring it back to the board for discussion and for a motion. We'll start with Supervisor Askew. This is D4, so.
Yeah, I did have another question that I would have asked earlier, but just for staff, I recognize that this is long overdue to get this blight removed in the community and finish out this development. But can you just speak to what other projects are on the high priority list for planning? We had listed earlier the housing safety and environmental justice elements of the general plan that we're going to, I guess, take up this afternoon. But I know that those are also priorities. We have priorities throughout the county. And I just want to make sure that we're understanding when we prioritize one thing because a developer asks to have it prioritized, what does that mean for the county as a whole?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Askew through the chair. Melanie leads the advanced planning team, although the advanced planning team is assigned to other projects. This particular project truly is a current planning project as it deals with entitlements or revisions thereto. So a lot of this work would be in concert with Melanie and the advanced planning team, but it really would be focused with current planning. In current planning, admittedly, there are a lot of projects and there is still a backlog. The board did hear of that backlog back in 2019 with the Citygate report. We are making attempts to get through it, and we are prioritizing farm worker housing. We have been prioritizing our cannabis projects. We are also prioritizing those projects with inclusionary housing. We do have support from the board and have entered into on-call contracts with 3 planning professional firms. And so we have that as a resource to use should the board direct an expedited time frame for this particular project. We haven't identified any time associated with this. And so what we would do should we receive this direction is work with the developer to enter into an agreement that would specify a schedule of time so that we each understand what our obligations are and achieve those milestones and those goals and hold ourselves accountable to that. We are obligated to particular statutes under the Permit Streamlining Act. CEQA has guidelines for timelines as well. So we would be obligated to maintain those for this particular project as well as our other projects. But with that said, admittedly, projects do slip when we are prioritizing other projects such as this.
Okay, thank you. And I do have some comments. So I want to thank the developer and your team for taking the time to go to community. I appreciate the list that was put up on the slide. I know that the community had opportunity, I think, to hear from the developer about projects, but clearly there's a desire from the community to continue with some what I hear is meaningful engagement and to be heard in a meaningful way. So I would urge you to continue that level of engagement, not simply letting people know what you're doing. I went out and looked at East Garrison homes, on multiple occasions, and it was, as recently as 2019 that Century did a town hall that Supervisor Parker hosted, where the original concepts for the town center were being presented, and so the hope and the desire and the dream of that, what people bought into, is understandably there's concern and there's frustration when those expectations are changed. And so I think it is important that people are brought along in that, especially given how recently those concepts were being sold to residents. Also recognize that 20 years have passed since the conceptual vision was put forward, and things change. The pandemic fundamentally changed how we engage with shopping, with our community, with our retail centers, and so there are realities that we have to recognize. Nobody wants us to build out something that's going to sit vacant. We're looking to eliminate blight, not create blight. I do also want to let's see here, one other comment. I think that given the proposal that staff has put forward for full plus cost recovery, the ability of utilizing on-call consultant to help us not let other priorities slip, things like the short-term rental ordinance that's been in process now for years, with significant impacts, our farm worker housing priorities, that's clearly a priority. The work that we're doing to work with our cannabis industry, and the need for inclusionary housing throughout the county. Those I think it's important that we maintain those as priorities. But if I'm hearing you correctly from the county team, we do have the ability to bring in additional capacity and resources. If that's the case, I am comfortable moving forward with inviting the application and allowing for staff to continue working. Assuming that we have ongoing meaningful engagement in that 60-day period before an application is submitted, and then on an ongoing basis. And then I think I can also commit with county staff to ensure that we find a way for the county buildings that need to be addressed, and those amendments to the specific plan, that we find some opportunities outside of the CSD and the HOA to make sure that we're including the community in a way that is meaningful and significant. So with that, I will just say thank you to everyone for your participation. Thank you to all the residents for taking the time to engage with Century and to contact us and let us know and keep us apprised of your opinions. I didn't walk into this meeting today with a strong, firm opinion one way or the other. I think it's important that we continue the dialogue and that we continue hearing from you, because we're here, we work for you. And if the more that you all can come together with a collective voice and a collective message to Century and a collective message to us, it makes it a lot easier for us to do right by you. Thank you.
All right, we'll go to Supervisor Adams next.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudescu. And if you end up making that as a motion, I'll be delighted to second that. I want to express my gratitude to all of the residents at East Garrison for your genuine concern, but also your respect with which you brought your concerns forward. I really appreciate that. I also hope that I just feel like I should just say everything Wendy says I agree with, but I'm not going to say that. So I'll just give you a couple of other thoughts that I had. And that is that I do hope that the residents will remain engaged working with the developers. I feel like they are making every effort to get along well and to come up with plans that will work appropriately for everyone. I know that I've heard what your concerns were. I've heard about wanting a better voice at the table. And again, the consciousness of the historic buildings to ensure that those are looked out for. And then, of course, the biggest issue being, let's move forward now. And we've got to find a way to look at the parking situation. So I am hopeful that we'll be able to move forward now. And then I also want to thank county staff for being so straightforward about the concerns that I know many of us have as far as you're being overworked and not having the ability to move forward because of all of the other things on your plate. But it sounds as if that has been ameliorated by your comment about being able to hire contract staff to help us keep things going so that nothing falls off the table during this. So as I indicated, if you're making the motion, I'd be delighted to second the motion to take staff recommendation to move forward. Thank you.
So
So
you
I will
just
make
state
a.
that, so it's officially
Yep,
on the
I'll go
record.
ahead and make the motion to support the staff recommendation to receive the presentation, to ask staff to assign priority to the East Garrison final phase application once submitted to the county, and expedite permit processing with 200% cost recovery funded by the master developer. And I would just add looking at the 2024 horizon.
Thank you. And the second is by Supervisor Adams. We'll go to now down the dais to Supervisor Lopez and then Supervisor Church.
No additional comments. Thank you.
Yeah, these affordable units are deed restricted, correct? Okay. Yeah, I know there's a motion here on the floor. I do think there's good reason to have an ad hoc committee from the community involved into here, because that not just necessarily on this project, but on the historic buildings and what's going to developments going on. And I would hope that's something that could be maybe added into the motion. I think that's important. I'm just looking as we, I really have concerns making a high priority. I don't know what we're really kicking back. And this is yeah, okay. So I have some, concern onto that. I don't know if I'll, if the rest of the motion's fine, I'll probably go around with this, but I do think we need to take a real hard look at the size of the retail onto this, and whether that is really going to be appropriate in the long term, or there's going to be vacant buildings, vacant space in there, which would not be conducive to the whole environment of the town center that we're looking at. I think that's something the community and the developers have got to kind of work out here and see what is really appropriate, along with some other studies. What we just have here seems a little too nebulous. But I am also really having trouble with the idea of the library and the sheriff, even as a community service or community resources officer. I got communities in my district that are disadvantaged, underserved. They don't have that advantage. And these are just pointing out a few things that if it comes back to here, I'm going to really have trouble with on this project.
Thank you. And sir, I apologize, but public comment is already over. So we're just entertaining and discussing the motion before us. So I apologize.
So I see a one-sided point of view.
Okay. Okay, sir, thank you very much. This will come back to us though, for further discussion. Okay. Last comment I'll make on the motion. First of all, I want to thank all the public for coming here. This will come back when the application is submitted, and there'll be additional meetings, as the developer said, with the public. And certainly when you come here, we will make sure that next time we allow more time for the public to speak when there's actually an application submitted. I appreciate all the concerns that have been expressed, from the parking, concerns about the commercial, wanting to see this final phase come to fruition. The community has waited for so long, but this is going to be that town square, that places where they could come and hopefully dine and have community events and have music in the park. I think it's a beautiful vision for this community. But I would just also point out that projects do change. Whatever was envisioned 20 years ago is not going to be the same today because obviously there's inflation. There's ongoing priority for us as county government to prioritize housing and try to achieve the housing goals that the state has set for us. So I think certainly this merits the importance and the attention it deserves, but certainly having the resources where we could contract outside staff to not put additional burden on our existing hardworking staff, I think that's a plan to go forward. And so having them pay those costs, I don't know if 200, as was pointed out, is the right amount because I know there's some state laws on how much the county could collect, but certainly being able to pay the full cost, I think it's worth moving forward today. The only thing I would point out is that it's come up in other housing developments. It just recognizing the obvious here is that the housing being proposed. I know it took a lot of input and modifications to make sure it pencils out financially, but I did want to recognize that it doesn't provide opportunities for our lowest income residents. Usually when we have projects move forward, we also have certain goals to provide some housing for the low and very low income category. This does not exist. The only types of housing that are included outside market rate is workforce and moderate housing, but it certainly doesn't provide those opportunities for our lowest income residents. So I know that all that gets factored into the overall cost of a project, what is viable for the developer, but I just wanted to point that out as a fact of this particular project, that it does not provide those housing opportunities for other county residents who might want to have a future living in East Garrison. But nonetheless, I know a lot of work has gone forward and a lot more is going to happen moving forward. So I'm willing to support the motion here today. With that, there's been a motion and a second. And if all those in favor, you can please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those against? Motion carries unanimously. Last comment,
Yeah,
Supervisor.
just one final comment. I just want to again thank all the residents for taking the time to write, for taking the time to engage. We will follow up. I am your supervisor representing East Garrison. I appreciate my colleagues and your support. We'll be out at my team will be out at East Garrison on Thursday doing a initial tour of the historic buildings, and we will be in touch to follow up about ways to engage meaningfully with the county and our community about the future of those sites. But thank you again for being here today.
Thank you very much, and we look forward to your continued participation. For other community members in the future, if you email any comments, if you weren't able to speak today, if you send it to this email, it will go to all of us and our staff. That's the clerk of the board's email. It's cob@co.monterey.ca.us. If you send your comments there, even after today's meeting, it will be forwarded to all the supervisors and our staff. Thank you very much. So you all feel free to go home, and we'll see you at the next time this comes back to the Board of Supervisors. We're going to now jump to our other business for the day. We're going to recess the Board of Supervisors. We're going to call to order the 10:30 meeting of the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Madam Clerk, if you could call the roll on that item.
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present and in person.
Any additions or corrections?
There are none.
Okay, we have a consent calendar only. Adopt a resolution to delegate emergency contracting authority to the Monterey County Water Resources Agency General Manager pursuant to the proclamation of local emergency by the Board of Supervisors. Any comments on this? See none? Moved by Lopez, seconded by Adams. Okay. Any comments from the public on this item? See none? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those and against? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. We'll adjourn the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Now we have a couple other items. We'll go to the item 17. This is the general plan housing element. You want to push through this or do you want to take a lunch break? Okay, we have a couple more items, 2-3 more items on today's agenda. We're going to go to lunch, recess for lunch and closed session, and we will come back at 1:30 and we will take up the remaining items. Thank you very much. Mic 2, check. Mic 4, check. Mic 6, check. Mic 5, check. Mic 7, check.
Clerk's mic.
Mic 8, check. Mic 10, check.
Oh, is it? That's Supervisor Lopez.
Mic 12, check.
And I put the wireless mics away because we're not going to need them.
Staff 1, check. Staff 2, check. Podium mic check. Was this like to vote in the past, like the buttons on the podium? All right, everyone, we're all here. It's a little past 1:30. We're going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. We're still on, we only had it a morning agenda, but we tabled it for lunch. So we will now jump to item 17 in our scheduled matters. And this is a general plan housing element 6-cycle update. And we have a presentation by Jamie Guthrie, Senior Planner, and Melanie Beretti, Principal Planner. And I see Eric Lundquist too.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair, Supervisors. I'm Melanie Beretti with the Housing and Community Development Department, and I'm here today in the box with Eric Lundquist, our Director. And we are joined by our consultants who are actually doing share screen online. Hita, if you don't mind going to the next slide. So Hita Mosesman is going to be the presenter for the housing element component of the presentation. Darren Neufeld will be presenting on behalf of our consultant team for the environmental justice and safety elements. And then also joining us is Kelly Morgan, project manager with the project. And then staff will kind of finish the presentation out. Next slide. So today's an information item only. We are asking that you receive a presentation on the general plan elements updates for the update of the 6-cycle housing element, an update to the existing safety element, as well as a new development of our new environmental justice element. Consider the draft general plan elements updates community engagement plan, which is also included in your packet today, and then provide any other direction to staff as appropriate. So with that, I'll hand the presentation over to Ms. Mosesman.
Thank you, Melanie. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Hita Mosesman. I'm Vice President of Community Development and Housing with Harrison Associates. We are your general plan update consultants. And we're here today to provide, as Melanie said, some information about the proposed general plan update. And we will start with the housing element. By way of brief background, the housing element is an portion of your general plan, and it identifies housing needs in the community at all income levels. It is required to be updated every 8 years and is the only element that is required to be certified by the state of California and updated every 8 years. It involves the community in the planning process to identify where housing should go in the community for that cycle or planning period. It allows for any state laws that have changed or been updated to be incorporated into the housing element, and there have been quite a few state law changes in the last 8 years. It also allows the county to continue to be eligible for housing funding at the state level, including funding for affordable housing. In the housing element update, every jurisdiction in California is given an allocation of the number of housing units at various income levels that it must plan for. And that's called the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, or RHNA for short. This allocation originates at the state level with the Department of Housing and Community Development, the state's department, that determines the housing need in terms of units and different affordability levels for each regional area. They sent an allocation of over 33,000 units to AMBAG. AMBAG came up with a methodology on how to allocate that to each jurisdiction within the AMBAG region. And the RHNA allocation specific to the county is 3,326 units. And the table in this slide depicts the different income levels, anywhere from extremely low, very low income to above moderate, or what most people would refer to as market rate units. And there is a specific breakout for each income level that comes from this RHNA allocation. As you can see, about 66% of the RHNA allocation is for affordable housing and 34% is for market rate housing. The housing element contents are really prescribed by state law. They include a community profile, community characteristics, housing conditions, as well as housing needs and resources available to meet those needs, a list of physical sites, specific properties where housing is planned at different levels of affordability, as well as the identification of any constraints to housing development in the community. there is a review on the progress of the last housing element cycle. Now that would be the 5th cycle housing element that is coming to an end. And new for this 6th cycle that we're about to enter into is a new requirement for a fair housing analysis. So that'll be part of your new housing element update. Goals, objectives, programs, and policies and specific actions to implement the housing element are also required, as is a summary of the community engagement process. We have some information to share with you from some preliminary analysis that's been completed to date. Because there is a focus on affordable housing, both with your RENA and with recent funding, and a lot of, I think, in the universe, a lot of discussion about affordable housing. Housing cost burden is something that's examined in the housing element. And that basically means when a household spends more than 30% of their income on housing. So this is a phenomenon caused by wage growth and income growing faster. I'm sorry, housing prices growing faster than wages and income. So prices for housing are increasing at a much faster rate than what people are making over the last 8 years. And this is a phenomenon that is present in almost every community in California. In Monterey County, rents have increased 65%, home prices have increased 93% in the past 8 years, while median income has increased by 31%. So that's where you see that cost burden of spending more of your income on housing. The census data indicates that 33, or about a third of the housing units or households in the county do spend more than 30% of their income on housing. About half of that 33% are what's called severely cost burden, meaning they spend more than 50% of their income on housing costs. Looking at a review of the 5th cycle, and again with that emphasis on affordable housing. So your RENA is comprised of affordable housing units as well as market rate. So just looking at the affordable and looking at the annual progress reports that every jurisdiction is required to submit to the state. The County of Monterey had a RENA that was significantly less during the last 5th cycle than this current 6th cycle. The total was about 1,500 units, 900 of which had to be affordable, or about 58%. Looking at the progress, almost 300 affordable units have been created during the 5th cycle, which is about 30% of the affordable housing requirement. Looking and comparing to cities like Salinas and Monterey, where there was not quite tracking at the same progress, Monterey at 5% of their affordable RENA and Salinas at 12%. So the county really is tracking it at a really good pace in comparison to local jurisdictions. The housing element update and approval process, again, is prescribed by state law, but the overall approach here is to start with community outreach, which we are kicking off with these study sessions and information sessions. And that will also include workshops, one of which will be this Thursday and another one in February. And a lot of meetings will occur between now and the summertime, although community outreach will consistently continue through certification of the housing element. The draft housing element will be presented to the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors in the spring. We will submit to state HCD or the Department of Housing and Community Development in late spring or summer. We expect to have the substantial compliance finding from HCD in the winter so that the county can continue its funding eligibility. And with that, I'd like to turn this over to Darren Neufeld, who's our Director of Sustainability, who'll talk with you about the safety and environmental justice elements.
Thank you, Hida. State law requires, next slide, please, sorry. State law requires that the safety element must be updated with new information on flood, fire, and climate hazards upon the next revision of the housing element. A few changes have occurred since the last safety element, which require new data and analysis to be included in this update. The county is required to address climate change, adaptation, and resilience in this safety element. This includes a climate change vulnerability assessment with measures to address vulnerabilities and a comprehensive strategy to mitigate hazards and respond to emergencies. The county must also identify evacuation routes and assess the capacity, safety, and viability of those routes under a range of emergency scenarios. We have to look at and identify residential developments in hazard areas that don't have at least 2 points of emergency evacuation. And we have to identify evacuation locations. Next slide, please. The state defines disadvantaged community as those that are disproportionately burdened by multiple sources of pollution, and they have population characteristics that make them more sensitive to those pollution burdens. State law requires that we focus on improving air and water quality, promoting access to public facilities, healthy food, safe and sanitary homes, and physical and recreational activity, promote civic engagement in the public decision-making process, and prioritize improvements and programs that address the needs of these disadvantaged communities. We will also be preparing an existing conditions report to identify the specific needs of those communities and find ways to address those needs through the general plan update. Next slide, please. We've identified disadvantaged communities in the county using the 3 methods recommended by the Governor's Office of Planning and Research. Those are the Cal Enviro Screen, which is a computer mapping program that the state hosts. We also look at the average statewide median household income, and we look at the area median income as established by Housing and Community Development for a 4-person household. There are 17 census tracts that include 11 disadvantaged communities and other areas of the unincorporated county that we've identified through those 3 tools. The element process will include community engagement with these communities and other areas of the unincorporated county, including a countywide community survey, maps of disadvantaged communities in the unincorporated county, and it will also assess impacts on these communities related to several environmental justice topic areas. These include pollution exposure, access to public facilities and services, access to healthy food, access to physical activity and recreational opportunities, access to safe and sanitary homes, and issues and health risks as a result of climate change. I will pass the presentation back to Hida now to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. Now we'd like to shift into the community engagement piece of this process. So starting with the requirements in the law in terms of the community engagement that must be sort of carried out. So for each element, we've identified it separately. For the housing element, we must engage all economic segments of the community, including stakeholders like residents, but also developers, affordable and market rate, housing advocacy groups, fair housing providers, and service providers to the community and nonprofits, and make ongoing efforts for opportunities for input and feedback. For the safety element, a safety committee must be established with professionals in that field, representatives from county departments that are involved with public safety and emergency preparedness. And for environmental justice, there's a citizens advisory committee that will be established with community members who are not traditionally involved with local government processes. There is a survey that is being prepared for the environmental justice element, and there will be an opportunity to indicate interest to serve on that committee through that survey. There's been a very comprehensive community engagement plan prepared for the preparation and updating of all 3 elements as well. It does specify those outreach methods that will be employed during this update process. This will be surveys, meetings, and also notices and websites. It identifies who the engagement leaders are, county leadership and staff, as well as consultants. the meeting types and the number of meetings. There will be over 50 meetings conducted through the general plan update process that includes all three elements. And we do have somewhat of a tight schedule. The housing element itself does have a state mandated deadline. The environmental justice and safety do not have those same type of state mandated deadlines, but we're trying to have all three elements track together and be completed at the same time. And just to go over sort of that specific schedule in terms of key dates and milestones, starting with the housing element, because it does have that separate deadline. We've begun with study sessions with the Planning Commission that occurred last month, as well as the Board of Supervisors, which is this afternoon. Next, we will be preparing a first draft of the housing element for public review and HCD submittal. That draft will go to Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors prior to being submitted to state HCD for their 90-day review. We expect findings back from HCD in August, and we expect to be able to turn around the revised document pursuant to those findings by October and bring it back. Debriefs we'll bring back to the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors in October and November on those findings and revisions. And we anticipate bringing the final document for adoption both to the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors by March of next year. The environmental justice and safety elements are tracking similarly in terms of when the final draft will be adopted. So again, we have our study sessions for both elements, all three elements, in fact, last month and then this afternoon. Drafts of both the environmental justice and the safety element are expected to be completed in October for review periods and then taken to the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors again by March of 2024. I wanted to say that with this schedule that we are presenting today, we are looking for, especially with the housing element, because it does require comprehensive state review and certification. We are looking for opportunities to accelerate this schedule. We intend to work with state HCD very closely to identify ways that we can sort of get a jump on edits and work with them to understand sort of exactly what these changes need to be in a very clear form so that we don't have multiple rounds of review also. And with that, I think I am turning the presentation back to Melanie.
Thank you, Hida. Yeah, so we just wanted to take an opportunity to make sure we inform you all and the public that we do have a virtual community meeting scheduled for this Thursday, January 26th from 6:30, 6:30 to 8 p.m. Anyone who's looking at the screen right now can just hold up your camera, and if you have it enabled, to be able to scan QR codes, and it can take you to that Eventbrite. So you can get the information for that, or you can visit our webpage, which is listed here. That's a landing page that will be bringing updates on all of these elements as they're moving forward. We also have available right now a community housing survey, both English and Spanish. And I did want to emphasize that the community meeting will be English with Spanish translation as well. And again, you can scan the QR code, or that survey can be accessed via our webpage. And we ask for individuals to complete those surveys by or before February 10th. Next slide. So there's a number of ways that the public can get involved. In addition to the survey and the upcoming community meeting, you can visit our general plans update webpage, or you can email us at generalplanupdates@co.monterey.ca.us with questions, comments, feedback at your discretion. If you prefer to call, individuals can contact in English our colleague Jamie Scott Guthrie at the number on the slide, and in English or Spanish, Edgar Sanchez at as well, the number that's listed on the slide. So with that, staff and our consultant team are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, we'll go to the board first. Any questions from the board? I'll go Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much for the comprehensive presentation. I know this is a big deal and we're all in this together. So as much as we can do together, great. So I was curious about the community engagement plan and I had looked at the outreach methods, et cetera. Are we at this point really trying to hit all elements of our county? Are we really trying to make an all-out effort to just completely get through the county to reach folks?
Yeah, if I may. So we're trying to hit a number of different modalities to reach the communities, and deploying those, in particular, the boots on the ground components within some of our more rural and unincorporated communities. So in addition to kind of our standard community engagement meetings, community meetings, we have our staff. We just worked with Monterey County Free Libraries, and we're deploying displays in the libraries in, I believe it was 10, possibly 11 libraries throughout the county, in our communities, to both give access, inform them of community meetings, give access to the survey, as well as solicit direct input for anyone who comes into the libraries. And we're also doing, our staff will be going out and into community events within our unincorporated communities, and having table pop-up event booths where we do the same. We inform people what's going on, help get them linked up to the surveys, inform them of community meetings. And then we've also been engaging with community-based organizations. You'll notice we included an assumption that county staff would participate in a number of what's called civic academies that some of our community partners organize in our unincorporated communities to help educate and engage the community in civic development. And so we're looking at participating in those as well, as those organizations are involved. So we are doing our best to physically get on the ground throughout the community and different means to hear from the community.
Super. I think the boots on the ground is what I was worried about. I didn't see churches or markets or schools mentioned, which are really great things. But quite frankly, I just thought we should really just follow the COVID outreach model that we used if we're really trying to reach our disenfranchised communities. And the hard to reach folks, that would be, I mean, we were very, very, very successful by following that model. So it might be one that we should take a look at as well. Thank you.
Supervisor Church.
So these, the difference between the community meetings and the civic academies, can I just get a little more clarification on that?
Yeah, so in what's referred to as community meetings in our community engagement plan are very specific. We will hold those jointly with our consultant team. Currently, the plan is to hold those virtually. And those are different from the civic engagement academies. So we included those civic engagement academies, but I do want to make it clear that the county does not organize those. Those are organized by community-based organizations that have their own format in which they then invite. And so we've been working with those organizations so that in their next round of civic engagement academies that they're organizing with their membership, that the county can come and that we can engage with the community for these general plan element updates. So they're very different in format. And those, likewise, our understanding is that those community organizations have found that they're effective and they are still holding those virtually as well with their memberships.
Okay. I just a little concerned that for some of these communities that we're doing these community meetings by Zoom, it may be excluding some people who are uncomfortable in that manner, that may not feel technically proficient or have used Zoom before. So that's a little concern I have there. And why are we only having a citizen advisory committee for the environmental justice and not when we look at, for example, the housing element?
Sure. What I can speak to, that particular Citizen Advisory Committee is actually a very specific requirement of state law that is required for the environmental justice element. We're still engaging with all of those same groups through our community engagement, as well as through targeted stakeholder interest meetings with those same groups that are part of that Citizen Advisory. And so that's simply the structure that we've set up.
Okay. Just a little concern about a lot of these disadvantaged communities really being part of the process later on, as it sounds like some of the specific stakeholders may be. And that's where a Citizens Advisory Committee could be of use in that way. I know there was comment made here about the RINA numbers and that from the fifth cycle, excuse me. And that, we should be really proud of that we achieved 30% of the goal. I don't find that too persuasive. I mean, we're putting all this effort into here, and I know this is a requirement from the state, and we're looking at, I think it's 66% are supposed to be affordable housing. But it's as if we're doing this process, but we're saying, well, we're going to fail in the long run. I mean, what plan do we really have to make the end of this cycle better than the next cycle so that we actually maybe achieve the goals we're trying? And I don't see that quite included in there. And I think that's going to require a real rethinking of how we go about doing affordable housing, which unfortunately, well, I'll say that a lot of this more for my comments later on. I think I'm through with my questions.
All right, Supervisor Lopez.
What percentage of our 30% was farm worker housing?
Significant. I did want to highlight that the majority of the affordable housing that was implemented in the unincorporated areas was through the large farm worker housing projects that we saw move through.
90% plus, do you estimate?
Yeah. I wouldn't want to venture to say.
Close to 100.
It was up there. It was the
Okay.
majority percentage.
I just want to point out that a partner in these conversations should be the ag industry as well, given the fact that they're the only ones building in our communities and the only ones actually developing the housing that we're talking about. And we can be proud of it all we want, but if we can streamline and make those processes even easier for them, then we will build more. And that is the one place where the money is and where folks have actually been doing the work. So I just want to point that out as a key place to focus as we move forward as well, because we can talk about pie in the sky all we want, but sticks in the ground have only been happening in one way in this county, in the unincorporated area, really, and that's through agriculture. Thanks.
Any other questions? Supervisor Askew.
I do have a question, kudos where kudos are due, of course, to those who are doing the building work. We don't build houses. I had understood that farm worker housing wasn't eligible for our RENA very low income. Is that an inaccurate?
Some of them are not, some are. So it depends on if those households are staying for a majority part of the year. So we have been indicating that they have been staying for the majority of the part of the year and therefore qualifying as low income households.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then ADUs, where do they fall into?
They fall in, unless they're a special deed restriction, those units fall in as market rate units.
Okay, so even though they would be potentially affordable for, as a smaller unit, if it's not deed restricted, it doesn't qualify under an affordable RENA unit?
That's correct.
Okay.
Supervisor Adams.
I've got more and more questions as we go along. And I don't know if I said this before, but I really appreciate your bringing this forward to us early in the process so that we can become engaged with it. And I just wanted to know, do you know how many units does our current, the 2010 general plan already identify for growth within the whole community plan areas?
To clarify the question, are you asking of the total properties within the county based on the zoning district's allowed density, how many units could be provided at full build out?
Exactly.
I don't know that exact number. We have to do some computations and get back to you. I do know that question, though, is a critical element of our North County land use plan. It is something that we've been talking about and working on. The Carmel Valley Master Plan has some limitations on the number of units that can be provided there. So that's another element that we'd have to consider. Right now, we have in that master plan, Carmel Valley Master Plan, 17 units remaining in addition to the legal lots of record. And then specifically, there is an allowance for 24 units on the former airport property. Otherwise, then it's subject to the policies in place based on the land use designations, the land use plan, and the zoning code. And we haven't done that full analysis to know.
So am I correct in thinking that that will take a bite out of the 3,300 that we have to do?
It will, but we really need to look at and identify opportunity sites where a majority of those affordable housing sites can be provided. As far as market rate, that is something to be considered, but we also need to take a look at our policies and programs to see what other opportunity there might be for existing land use designations, like our limited commercial land use designation that requires commercial use at 50% or more of the floor area. The board can develop policies that looks at expanding that to not require a percentage of commercial on non-residentially zoned parcels as a way to provide opportunity for housing. So those are some of the things that we're continuing to work on now in the next stages and bringing back forward that through committee ultimately to the board for consideration.
And then just one final question. In the community engagement plan, I didn't see that there were any meetings that were planned with the Housing Advisory Committee, the HAC. And I know that this committee was fully engaged with the in the past with the housing elements. And I think from my area, it would be Tyler Williamson and Esther Malkin. And I just wanted to know if they'd be involved in as we plan out the strategies, that I would think that would be a good group to whom we should be reaching out.
Yeah, and I think it was an oversight, or actually, I think because of our restricted timeline, we didn't call out specifically to go to the HAC, but our intention is go to the HAC. We presented an overview introduction to the HAC already, the Housing Advisory Committee. So it is our intention, and I think it was just either an oversight or a decision we made not to formally include it, only because of the truncated timeline. But that's fully our intention.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. The couple questions I have. First of all, what was the arena numbers now, which is an increased amount, is the 3326 for the years 23 to 2031. What was the previous arena numbers that were set for us?
So the prior was 1,551 total units, of which 58% or 900 in the current fifth cycle review were, or 900 were affordable units.
Okay, so it more than doubled then. Just
it
to
was a
know
significant
what the
uptick.
state has obligated us as our responsibility to try to achieve over the next 8 years. I think it's significant, first of all. And if we were in these 8 years, if we were able to reach the 33, which I know is a hard task, because even after we approve projects, it takes many years to actually get groundbreaking to take place. If we're able to exceed that number, does any numbers beyond the 3326, would that count like towards the next goals under RENA, or how does those excess numbers work?
No, they start off per cycle, although there is some
start all over. Okay.
Yeah, restriction
Okay.
on not meeting the obligation. There's some pending legislation that speaks to that and the carryover of those that hasn't occurred yet.
Right. And last year, the governor announced, and I think he announced this year, the new enforcement unit to go, pursue local governments who are not making significant progress towards meeting those RENA goals. So that's new, and we're going to see how that carries out locally. But to that point, though, talking about the 300 affordable or the 30%, in the housing element, the updated one, will we get a chart just to say how all cities are doing? It seemed that would be kind of a good measure to compare how Monterey County is doing and how the other cities are doing. Because I think for all elected officials, I think when they have to also meet the RENA numbers, they're going to be able to also gauge how their cities are working towards meeting their affordable units within their jurisdictions.
Yeah, Chair, each jurisdiction is required to do an annual report of its housing production. We can definitely, when the county does it, if the jurisdictions are available, we can present that to the board.
Okay,
for
that'd be great, just
consideration.
for the community to have it all, at least include in our report, how we are doing in terms of progress in those areas. And the last thing was just going to Supervisor Lopez's point on the employer sponsored farm worker housing, because I think that's certainly something to highlight that I think is unique to Monterey County. Certainly just seeing the progress. I look back when the first Tanamura and Antelope project that has the ability to house up to 800 agricultural workers, that was in 2016 when they did their their ribbon cutting. So just a little bit over 6 years ago. But since then, there's been the other 4 projects, the Baranda Villas in Baranda and Salinas, the 1,200 worker project on Davis and Rossi, 600 in Greenfield, and then the most recent, the 361 in Pajaro. The ability to house up to 3,561 workers, more or less. So I think that was just significant, and the fact that we could count them because they are staying long enough working in our county that they count. I think that just one of those things that supporting more of those, and we did formalize an expedited permitting process, and that's how these last 2 projects actually got built in, I think, in a very fast amount of time. And I think they've been actual success stories, that a lot of the concerns that come with farm worker housing, a lot of the stereotypes and fears haven't turned out to be true. I think at any of these projects, they are well managed, and I know the one that's very visible on Davis, it's you hardly ever see anybody hanging outside. It looks very quiet and peaceful, and there's security in front when the workers are living there. So I think that's certainly in this housing element, I think something to really highlight of the work that has got done so far, something unique to Monterey County that's probably not happening anywhere else in the nation, in terms of employers putting up 100% to get these projects funded and built. And all they ask from us is to help expedite these permits and connecting their sewer and water and other amenities. That's all I have. Let's go to out to members of the public, and then we'll bring it back for a motion.
One brief question
Okay,
here.
go ahead.
I just wanted for clarification. For the very low income, moderate income units here that are in RINA, did I hear you say they have to be a deed restricted to fall in that category?
That's correct, or a rental restriction.
They have to be deed or rental restriction.
Correct.
So even if they do meet, even if they are going to be a low income and we're not using that wouldn't count then.
That's to ensure that those living in those units are eligible households.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's take this out to the public. We've had our presentation and some questions by the board. Is there any members of the public who would like to speak on this general plan housing element 6 cycle update? I don't see anybody in chambers. Anybody online?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, this is to receive a presentation, and any action needed on this? No, just presentation. Any other last comments by anybody? Okay, thank you very much for that presentation. It is deemed received.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we look forward to the first workshop this Thursday. What time?
It's this Thursday from 6:30 to 8
On Zoom?
on Zoom. Yeah.
Yep, okay.
Yeah. And encourage folks to go to the libraries. Our display should be deployed, and keep an eye out for county staff. Spanish speaking staff will be out in our communities over the next few weeks as well.
Appreciate it. Thanks for your work. We're going to we already did item 18. We're going to 18.1. This is a discussion of disaster recovery efforts and the establishment of local assistance centers. And I wanted this to get placed on only because a lot of decisions are being made, and wanted to get input from the board, but I guess there's even updates that are come to our attention today that we need to provide direction on. So we're going to go to a presentation. We'll start off with our CEO and then pass it to Tracy Mofino, the Emergency Services Manager, or Kelsey Scanlon.
Do you have them on the line, Kelly? Okay, so we're going to provide a quick update related to the local the local assistance center. Tracy Molfino will provide an update, and I believe we also have the
representatives from the U.S. Small Business Administration. So Tracy, if you could do a recap of how things are going and also the plan for the upcoming week as we prepare to perhaps transition to a different location.
Yeah, thank you. Absolutely. Chair Aleo and board members, the Local Assistance Center was stood up in response to the flood disaster that was declared by the president and by yourselves and the board. It was stood up on Saturday last. It has been very successful. It included partners from FEMA, from about a dozen or more state agencies, from about a dozen county departments and several nonprofits. It's been working since Saturday with hours from about 10 a.m. till 7 p.m. We've had over 1,000 individuals and families come through seeking assistance. About 400 of those families or individuals have registered with FEMA for FEMA assistance to start that application process. And many of those have sought assistance from the state agencies and county departments to include economic development, unemployment benefits, everything related to flood disaster, whether it's through building, through personal loss, or through charity assistance needed for immediate needs. It's been at Spreckles, at the Spreckles facility there since Saturday, and we are currently running the LAC, as it's called, through Thursday of this week. Because of some longstanding issues with the Spreckles site, we are not able to stay there past Thursday. So we are going to continue the LAC because of its popularity, because so many people are visiting it, because we've got all the assistance with translation and bus routes. We're going to be moving it currently to the old Economic Development office on Schilling Place at the county facility. We'll probably close for a day to move everything and get everything set back up. But the facility on Schilling Place off of Highway 101 is very conducive for space, for privacy, for access to all the facilities and all the resources. So we will open up there for approximately another week and then reevaluate it. So I can answer questions or provide more information about the overall response and recovery efforts for this disaster if needed.
Tracy, 2 questions before we go to questions from the board. Could you just elaborate more on, do we have a count on where people are coming from? How many are from South County, from the Big Sur, Carmel Valley area, from North County? Do we have those numbers? And secondly, what you said, you mentioned the 400 have signed up for FEMA assistance. Any other popular services that people are seeking out when they are arriving at the Spreckles Veterans Hall?
This local assistance center has been much different than the local assistance center that was set up after the Carmel River and Dolan fires. Every state agency, every county department, and FEMA have been accessed by people attending. We do not currently have geographic statistics on where people are coming from. It's something that we're working on. Since we've only been open a few days, we're still working on those numbers. We've added more staff for greeters and for registration and for translation for people entering the building, and we'll have geographic numbers as we go forward. So to indicate, what's been the most popular, I can tell you that when United Way was there giving out gift cards, it was extremely popular, as you would suspect, people wanting and needing immediate assistance. They ran out of gift cards. I think Catholic Charities is there and other nonprofits are there providing assistance. And we continue to partner with other nonprofits that can provide that assistance. But it's run the gamut of departments, from people accessing new driver's licenses to birth certificates to other documents that they've lost, to building permitted assistance about downed trees, to clean up the whole gamut.
Thank you for that. I thought that one of the emails that our communications team sent to us by Mayor Carroll also said that there was a benefit that was popular in the Department of Social Services. So that's why I was just asking on the range of, but just before I pass it, I just wanted to, I brought this because I know a lot of work has gone into setting up the Spreckle Center, but because of my relationship with the CAO and some other leaders in Santa Cruz County, I was able to kind of compare how are we doing to our neighboring county to the north. And Santa Cruz County is the second smallest geographic county in the state of California outside of the city and county of San Francisco. But they made an intentional decision to take services to where the people are at. And originally they were trying to open one in Felton, which is North Santa Cruz County, one in Watson, South Santa Cruz County, and they aimed to create one in mid Santa Cruz County, but FEMA only agreed to open two. But they had one in the north, one to the south, and then their business assistance center, their SBA center, was opened in mid county. And so that just begged the question: Are we? It's convenient when you just have them all at one location, but is that convenient to the people who need the help? And that's where I was asking, where are people coming from? Because it's certainly, with seeing what a lot of families and businesses went through in South County, it seems like a long drive to get up to Spreckles coming from South County. And I just thought that the board should at least have a discussion on whether we should be making more than one of these sites available. If we're closing, Spreckles, is Schilling the most accessible to the public? Is transit accessible there versus the PAL building, a block and a half from here? Those are the questions I wanted to hopefully us to discuss with our top leadership team. And then is 1,000? The 1,000 sounds like a big number, but that's almost the same number that Santa Cruz County has had come into their centers, and they're half our population size. And so I'm not sure if that number really speaks to, are we reaching everybody possible, or is that because the need is less? I'm not sure, but our numbers are comparable to those coming into the two centers to our neighboring county to the north. And I just want to make sure that as we move forward, that we're putting those centers where closer to where the people are at. And I just thought that this situation merited at least having a center be open for some time in Santa Cruz and South Monterey County. I'll go to Supervisor Lopez.
Tracy, I see you want to respond, so I'm just going to echo and say that obviously we're going to the building at Schilling, and if we're going to be reassessing, I do think going on tour and going to South County eventually would be a great idea. I would hope we could partner with somebody, either King City or Greenfield, to get that done, to make that access barrier issue a little easier for our communities. But I know we've been helping coordinate rides for folks, and folks have been getting to Spreckles, but it would be nice to get rid of some of that barrier. But with that, I'll send it back to you for a response, Tracy.
Yeah, thank you. In relation to the Santa Cruz, what they're called in the DRCs and Monterey County LACs, it's the acronyms, the different styles. We instituted what's called an equity officer within the Emergency Operations Center, and it started with this disaster. So we've sought opinions, thoughts, recommendations from many sectors on what is the best approach for providing assistance to everyone within the community. What you're seeing in Santa Cruz are sites run by FEMA and by agreement with the Santa Cruz County. And that is different than this facility, which is run by the county, where FEMA and the state participate. This allows the county to target individual communities, even though there's only one community or one location, that we have got buses going to Paro, to San Ardo. We're probably going to adjust bus routes that are specific to the LAC. We have nurses that ride on those buses to provide assistance to people on the buses. And we've focused it to the needs of our communities rather than FEMA sort of one site fits all or one approach fits all with FEMA. They're amazing partners. They offer a very important assistance. But I think our county providing our county resources and our county staff has been invaluable. So one of the reasons why we did not go immediately to a South County site was availability. And this weekend issue, obviously these sites have to, they have to make money. They've already got booked events. That's why Spreckles, we have to move. The Schilling spot along 101 is a county facility. It's open to us. And to answer your question about the ability to do a roving LAC, that is another item that's in discussion and planning, to be able to use FEMA's assets to then move to different sections of the community and reach out. But I will tell you, the buses have been very successful in all the nonprofits that have been helping transport flood victims and those needing assistance to Spreckles, and hopefully that will continue on Schilling.
Other questions and comments? Whiteboard. Let's go to Supervisor Ask.
Yeah, I just, one of the questions that I have is, I know, we have a number of residents in Monterey County who don't have documentation status, and the question of the ability for FEMA resources to support the economic losses and needs of those residents. How are we supplementing with other sources of support for those residents that FEMA is not able to support? And has that been an issue? And is there any additional support that we need to provide to make sure that those residents are getting the help that they need?
FEMA indicates that they can only financially support U.S. citizens and families that have, say, a U.S. citizen child in the residence. Everyone can apply to FEMA, but at some point that proof of citizenship status needs to be conveyed to FEMA to be approved for individual assistance. The state and the county are different. We are able to provide assistance in all county departments and all state departments, and documentation or immigration status is not an issue. So we've reached out through various media outlets, through multiple languages, indicating that very issue, to come into the local assistance center, to go to the virtual assistance center online and seek assistance.
And there are direct philanthropic efforts like the California Fire Foundation, who's done an incredible job of helping at least with those immediate needs with gift cards for families at $250. They've been an incredible help.
But the important point, though, is for immigrant families is that if it's a mixed household where they have U.S. citizens and undocumented members, that they could qualify for FEMA in that situation. Is that correct, Tracy?
That is correct. If there's a child, a family member who is a U.S. citizen, it could very well qualify under the FEMA standards.
Great.
In the same household.
Important info to clarify for the public.
Sorry.
Supervisor Adams or Supervisor Church? None? Okay. Any other comments on this, CEO De La Rosa?
No, nothing further. We're still, well, in terms of the LAC, but we're still evaluating what other resources would be helpful in the community. And as we go forward, Tracy and his team will be able to provide some guidance as to where the next location will be and what other resources we may need on site.
And just for the record, if I personally believe that the PAL Center would be a more accessible place, but I get it. Sometimes the weekend events come into play, and that wouldn't exist at the Schilling place. But as long as the transportation is being provided, I think it's important. But I would really urge our county staff that there should be some service days in South County to make it easier for that to be advertised in advance, and that residents who haven't been able to make it up to Spreckles yet or won't make it up to the Schilling place, that they'll know that the county did deploy some days and hours to hopefully capture those that need help and just perhaps couldn't get there because of the work schedules or transportation or other impediments to getting services. So that would just be my request.
Okay.
Let's go to comments from the public. Any members in our chambers here? If not, any members online?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, then I think that will wrap up this report and presentation. Let's keep going on our agenda here. Let's go to our CAO comments, item 19.
No comments for this afternoon. And I do have your next item related to the referrals.
Okay, we'll go to item number, since there's no comments on CAO comments, let's go to item number 20, new referrals.
We do not have ongoing an additional referral, but we do have a response, which is
Okay.
21.
Okay, we'll go to item 21. This is to receive a preliminary response by the Economic Development Manager to a board referral determining the possibility of the County of Monterey joining the Salinas Valley, Monterey Peninsula, and King City Chambers of Commerce. And we have a presentation by Richard Vaughn, Economic Development Manager. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Alejo, Board of Supervisors. See if I can raise my hand if you can give me access to present.
And meanwhile, you're doing your presentation, you want to just do the readout from closed session? Get that out of the way.
Thank you, Chair. There was no reportable action today.
All right. Thank you, County Council. Got that item.
All right.
Back to you.
Thank you. Again, Richard Vaughn, Economic Development Manager for Monterey County. And this is a board referral preliminary response to preliminary referral response to board referral 2022-19. And the referral was submitted by Supervisor Lopez and was signed by the CAO 9/20/2022. And this referral, as mentioned, is to determine the possibility of the county joining the Salinas Valley, Monterey Peninsula, and King City Chambers. Currently, the county is not a member of either of these three chambers, the county as a whole by itself, or the CAO's office, nor economic development. And so each of these three chambers is a significant supportive organization for our businesses here in Monterey County. They are a good partner of economic development. Currently, I work with all three chambers to provide business support, work as a liaison between all of them, provide different resources, presentations, and access to businesses that are in need of assistance from the county. And here is an estimated project cost. So each of the individual chambers, King City, Monterey, and Salinas, have varying levels of sponsorship. And those varying levels of sponsorship would need to be determined as to what would be needed by each of those chambers for the county to be a member if that were decided by the Board of Supervisors. As you can see, King City varies from as low as $150 for a business with 11 to 20 employees to as high as their premier sponsor, which is $2,000. Monterey Peninsula as low as $790 up to a high of $5,000 roughly. And in that, they have a specific category for nonprofit and governmental entities. And then for Salinas Valley Chamber, that one starts at roughly $450 and goes up to $10,000. So with each of those having their own individual levels of membership, that's something that economic development would recommend be negotiated and decided upon so that not one individual chamber would receive more than the other if this were to move forward. Staffing level estimate for this. It has been estimated through due diligence that it would be roughly 10 to 20 hours a month. Myself, I would be the lead from economic development standpoint, working with each of these chambers, attending the various mixers, events, being present at their meetings as well. And some of the departmental challenges. So currently funding is not budgeted in economic development to join as a member of each of these chambers. That's something that economic development would have to request from the board in order to be able to join these chambers and move forward with this. If it can be negotiated, it may be fiscally prudent to have a consolidated county membership. And doing additional due diligence through this process, several individual county departments and offices have their own individual levels of membership across each of these chambers. So that may be something that the board would want to look at further. And depending on the board's direction, staff would propose bringing back a follow-up response if needed in April. And any questions?
Thank you very much. And could we go back to that slide on the cost?
Yes.
And we'll go to Supervisor Lopez first, since this was his referral.
Just want to thank you, Richard, for bringing this back. I know we had some delays on this one for good reason, so congratulations. But where we're sitting today, personally looking at the time frame, that 10 to 20 hours, do you think that's a good estimate? It seems like a lot of time to me.
I calculated that based upon all three of the chambers. So if there's committees that they would like economic development to sit on, or events that they would like economic development to be a participant in, or a participant in their chamber meetings, I anticipated those to be about an hour each, and across all three, if they have committees, regular chamber meetings, and then mixers, roughly the 10 to 20 hours.
Okay. So I agree with the concerns laid out. I would like to see us be able to negotiate something. That's sort of my position. I'd like to see it be a fair number that shows partnership, but obviously that's why I brought this forward. But appreciate you doing the due diligence and getting this info. And just in terms of background for my colleagues, I do meet bi-weekly with the MCBA, Monterey County Business Alliance, which is all the chambers. And I did ask them all to express if they would like the county to be a member. And these were the three that expressed the interest in the county joining them as a partner. So that's where that came from. But just wanted to share that. Thank you.
I would assume though, just looking at these charts, what it would cost the county, if like each has different categories, but King City Chamber, I assume we could fit in the 51 plus employees at 250. On the Monterey Peninsula Chamber, the nonprofit government, that's a range there you have from 295 to 1700. And then Salinas Valley Chamber, the lowest rate for a business would be 450. And it seems like a reasonable small amount to become a member. Then would that allow any of our staff to or the supervisor offices to go to their events at the member price? If you could explain what the benefits are of becoming a member.
Yeah, and we do have someone from the Salinas Valley Chamber who may be able to touch on the benefits a little bit better than I can. But I will say, from an economic development standpoint, I've been invited to several of the events, been a part of different meetings, different mixers, luncheons that they provided from Salinas Valley, Monterey Peninsula, and King City. So it is definitely a benefit for economic development to be a part of those and to be able to meet with the various members of their chambers, businesses specifically, so that they can access resources from the county. I would say in other regards to the costs, if there was a way to factor in some of that and negotiate a certain level of individuals that could participate per cost for each of the individual memberships, I think that's something that would be of interest. I'm sure it would be an interest to the board if there's, 3 individuals can be a part of it for a certain level of cost, or 5 or 10 or however many individuals from the county could participate.
Right, because I used to pay my own at the Salinas Valley Chamber, and it was kind of nice that my staff and I would be able to go to events at the discounted price, which saves money.
Right.
But it seems like with our new CAO and other county leaders that they might find it beneficial to being able to interact more at some of these events with our business leaders. The only other thing I would add is something that I think Supervisor Askew brought up in the past is just any membership fees. Can you just articulate separating that from any of the political decisions that these chambers may make? And if we become a member, would that strictly be used for non-political purposes? If you could explain that.
Yes, and I did touch base with county council. So I'm not sure if Les would like to take that.
You set it up nicely.
Your Honorable Chair, members of the board. We did look at this issue, and there's some attorney general opinions that deal with a political entity contracting with a chamber or nonprofit to perform services. And in that situation, the Attorney General has held that the money that goes from the public entity to the nonprofit or the chamber becomes their money, and there's not a trace that you can do to the political activities of the chamber. In my opinion, membership is a little different. And so if the board directs that we come back in April, we'd like to work with Mr. Vaughn very carefully to ensure that we're not violating any prohibition on the use of county money to support political activities.
Right, and maybe some of the chambers could address that, because I believe they enter into agreements with other, other businesses, Comcast or other organizations that also want that restriction that any of their money will not be used for political, and they're able to do that contractually in their agreement.
That's correct. There are ways to protect against it.
Okay, great. Let's go to other members. Go to Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation, Richard, and for putting this forward, Chris. I'm a big supporter of chambers. I think that they really do an excellent job of pulling particularly small businesses together. And the networking is always an excellent thing. I had just one comment about the amount of time, though, because in order for you to benefit, in order for any of us to benefit from a membership in an organization, we have to become engaged with it, which does mean going to the meetings, and it does mean eventually sitting on the board. And, that will take a little bit more time than one might think right now. As far as our county administrative officer, though, I hope that she will also look at service clubs in the community. And consider membership in a Rotary Club or like a Rotary Club as an example. I think that those tend to be totally non-political entities, but chambers will definitely get you out in the community. And I think we would tend to, be the ones that would provide benefit to a chamber in some ways, at least equally as we would benefit from being a member of the chamber. Because as you had said, Richard, we can disseminate so much more information. Just thinking about the community engagement work that we're doing for our housing element. I mean, we would be engaged with a whole different group of people than we are at this point that would be helpful to get our word out. So I think it could be very beneficial to us. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Askew, and I'll go Supervisor Church.
Yeah, and just echo some of Mary's comments about the value of our local chambers of commerce. I did have a question, and thank you, Supervisor Lopez. You mentioned that all of the local chambers have been invited to request county membership, and I'm assuming that includes Marina and Carmel and Pacific Grove.
They're all part of that MCBA.
Okay, and
And
they're
so
not interested in having the county join?
So what we did was I brought it up at a meeting and they sent out an email saying, if you're interested, respond. These were the 3 that responded. I would not be surprised if we pass this and then we hear more interest, right? And so I think that's where setting the threshold that's fair. I would want us to kind of make the assumption that at some point we could join all. And so whatever value that is in terms of a dollar amount that could be spread across that.
Okay, I was going to say I'm surprised that that a couple of the others didn't express interest.
They
So,
do
okay.
participate though in those meetings.
I can assume that there would be additional interest if the county takes a position. My question really was, Supervisor Alejo, you referenced it, and I was hesitant to, we were invited to join when I took office, and I was hesitant to very, try to be thoughtful and responsible. But given the fact that the chambers are very active in political endorsements across the board in local elections, it was something that gave me pause. And so I would appreciate the additional information. I think that getting that clarified very clearly. I mean, if you sit on the board of the chamber, you're in those endorsement meetings, and I'm not sure where that separation would come in. So that's a concern that I have outstanding, both the legally as well as the perception in the community if we're spending public dollars in this way. The final question I have, Richard, would be, so given the value, as I hear it, for you to be more involved with chamber membership, you've been doing this work now in Monterey County for some period of time. Can you just speak to the added value that you would have by participating at a higher level? And what is the work that you would have been doing over the past 2 years that you wouldn't be doing if you were going to spend that time working more closely with the chambers?
Yeah, I would say the added value of the chambers from an economic development perspective, and even maybe from a CAO perspective, is just having the access to additional members that engage directly with the chambers specifically. So currently economic development, we engage with all businesses all across the county. There are some through the various chambers of commerce that engage more so with the chambers and the local business groups that are born out of the chambers of commerce, their specific committees and the meetings that they have and the events that they put together. And so I would say that that is one of the added benefits to it, as well as the additional outreach. So being able to connect with the chambers, they have newsletters and email blasts that go out regularly where we could place specific information about economic development resources or any other resources that are available through the county.
Okay, thank you very much. And then the other thing, so the Business Council, which is not a chamber, but is another local organization. I would maybe think that we think about this and frame it out in the conversation about the development set aside funds as we think about the economic benefit and the community benefit. We do have a source of funding. We do have a pot of money that we're using for membership or contracted services with some of these agencies. So I would just think that that may be a place where this can all fit together. But look forward to hearing more about the separation of politics from county money. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Supervisor Church.
Yeah, it seems to me that, you know, a lot of the benefits that we could acquire here, we're going to have anyway, just by being, we could just by going to mixers and all. And I don't mean, we're not going to be obviously involved in committee setting policy for a chamber of commerce. And so, you know, I look at the fees we're paying here and if we get discount to mixers, I still think it's a net loss out of that, unless we're really going to a lot of mixers, for example. So I can see where it's, you know, really a benefit for the Chamber of Commerce's and for us to have that interaction. I'm just wondering what, you know, if, you know, why we need to really pay for that and use the taxpayer dollars into there. You know, it seems like a lot of these chambers would be willing just to invite us in as an honorary member in many ways. I think there's, you know, whether we can work that on in because it's to their benefit as well. And we're a little different than any, you know, nonprofit or a business into this regard. And I'm also curious, did the North County Chamber of Commerce get an invite on this?
So again, MCBA includes all chambers in Monterey County.
So it would include them?
Would
Just
have
wanna
gone
make
out
sure.
to them.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So I you know, Supervisor Adams brought up the point about civic organizations as well too, and I think there's a broader picture here as well. If we're go through and be a member of chambers, then you know perhaps we need to look at that kind of social connection, interaction connection as well with some civic groups. How about labor? How about the Farm Bureau? I mean, there's a whole lot of organizations. I just don't like pulling one out into that way. I mean, we need to have an invitation that's, you know, we're open to everybody. That's basically all I have to say.
All right. I'm just going to open this up for comments from the public. This is just a preliminary response on a referral, determine the possibility of Monterey County joining the said chambers of commerce. And we have a representative from Salinas Valley Chamber. Thanks for being here.
So I would also be more than happy to field any questions regarding specifically the Salinas Valley Chamber when it comes to membership and such, as I am the membership director. Would any of you care to any questions that you kind of fielded towards Richard? I'd be more than happy to answer as well. I know there were some questions regarding specific membership levels and what's included. If you have any questions, please stop me. But yes, my name is Gabe Lopez. I am the membership director for the Salinas Valley Chamber of Commerce. I want to thank the County of Monterey for its membership or previously held membership in our chamber and other chambers over the last 70 years. I want to thank each of the supervisors that have attended one of our events. I know Mrs. Skew attended the ribbon cutting with Selena at the Santa Cruz County Bank, as well as the offices of Luis Aleo. So I really want to thank you for that. We appreciate the opportunity to work together on growing a diverse and maintaining a diverse and vibrant local business community. I am here to ask the board to direct the Economic Development Director to engage membership in the Chambers of Commerce as listed in his report. Your membership will join you along with other local government and public agencies in furthering the local economy, including the City of Salinas, Salinas Valley Mosquito Abatement District, Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority, Salinas City Elementary School District, and Central Coast Community Energy, to name a few. Our Chamber of Commerce values the importance of working relationship with your Economic Development Director, Public Information Officer, and other departments. We see our organization as vital when it comes to communication and a direct connection to small businesses and with the many other local nonprofits and other local government agencies that belong to the Salinas Valley Chamber of Commerce. Today is an opportunity to work to kind of celebrate and further that relationship. I want to thank Richard for his thorough study and proposal. I want to especially thank him for the case he makes for continued partnership with the local chambers. I did leave some copies of our business journal, our brochure. So if you guys do have any further questions regarding, thank you very much. We did a great article on the front if you'd like to take a look at that as well. You guys can look through our brochures. We have in both English and Spanish as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. Anyone else in chambers? Anyone else online?
I see no hands raised.
One clarification, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
No relation.
I just want to say I'm supportive as this moves forward. I think that there's some interest, some benefit, rather than having to have each supervisor or each department have to pay their own fee. If we could have one fee for Monterey County as an entity, and we could all benefit from that, I think it would benefit us all and would actually be much cheaper than each. Like I used to do. I think I was paying, or I started out at 175, but when I got up to 450, it became kind of pricey for me. So I love to get back on. That would be great moving forward, and we do appreciate having our new CAO on the cover. So thank you for that. All right, and anyone else on this? This will come back to us in April.
So I'm good with the direction of having to come back in April with those options and the clarifications as sought by supervisors on the separation between the political and the beneficial.
Okay. County Council will be looking into that before it comes back. All right, thank you very much. We'll conclude that item. The preliminary response is deemed received. We'll go to the last item. These are just board comments. So we'll start today from my right. Start with Supervisor Askew.
Pull my notes up here. All right. I wanted to invite everyone to our next Wednesdays with Wendy, which will be next Wednesday from 5:30 to 6:30 via Facebook Live or on Zoom. I'm thrilled to share that we'll be inviting our new CAO, Sonia De La Rosa, to spend some time with myself and our community. So join us, learn a little bit more about Sonia, bring your questions, and your please warm welcome. And we look forward to that. So that'll be 5:30 to 6:30 on February 1st. On Zoom or Facebook Live on our Facebook page. And then I just also wanted to acknowledge that I had an opportunity with Supervisor Adams this weekend to tour some of the storm damage sites with our state senator and assemblywoman. And it's so helpful to see firsthand the damage that's been done, to stand in those spaces and look at the impact. I think that for the rest of the broader community, and especially in District 4, where we were really lucky and didn't have extensive damage, to be able to come back and make sure that the larger community understands the significance of damage that occurred in Monterey County and the significant resources that are going to be required over an extended period of time to address that damage, to preserve critical roadways and other critical infrastructure. So I look forward to finding the ways that I can continue educating and sharing that information with my community so that we can all maintain our shared commitment to ensuring that every part of our county gets the resources it needs to rebuild and remain safe with safe infrastructure for everybody. So thank you for having me on that tour.
Thank you. And thanks so much for bringing that up, Wendy. The thing that's so heartbreaking is that that's not unusual for that group. I mean, we go through this down in that part of the district year after year after year. And I think it's one of the reasons why it builds such a resilient community, but it's unbelievable when you see it up close and personal. So Thank you for being with us. I thought it was a very helpful and informative day for everyone. And I'm sure there's more to come on that when we think about the rains that are coming up. And then secondly, I just want to mention that the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce is having its membership luncheon tomorrow. So I don't know if anyone else is planning to go over to that, but I will certainly be there representing the district and the county itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Lopez.
I'll leave the Thursday announcement to you, Mr. Chair, but I'll just share that obviously waters continue to recede in South County, and as they do, we continue to find new damage, and we still have a lot of roads that are closed. And I know there's issues with certain companies not delivering, say UPS, FedEx, DHL, depending on the status of a road. And so I want to continue to thank the public for their patience as we go through our checklist to make sure that these roads are safe, that the conditions are safe. I know it can feel like it's a big deal when you're cut off from the world in a certain way. At this time, I think most people can get home. It's just some of those delivery services that have been delayed, including garbage. And so just want to continue to thank everybody for their patience and ask that they bear with us as we continue to do investigations on some of the structures, specifically the Gonzalez Bridge, which I know a lot of folks are asking for a timeline on, but unfortunately that water is still moving through that area, so we can't provide that yet. And with that, I want to thank the 70 plus county employees under the Public Works banner who showed up for our community during these storms. I've had some incredible conversations with Randy Ishii and Tom Vonnegut about employees who had planned time off and canceled that time off to come back to work, to be there, to show up for their community and make sure that we were safe as a whole. And so I just want to express that thanks to the Public Works family for all that they've done and all that they continue to do. I know this weekend some of them finally got some time off, extremely well deserved. And we know that the calls continue to pour in for pothole repair and those damages that we talked about with roads needing to be cleaned up. But we want you to know that you're appreciated and that we feel there's a ton of gratitude coming from folks from throughout this county for the work that you have done and the work that you will do, and your sacrifices have not gone unseen and unappreciated. So just a deep felt gratitude to the entire department for making that happen. And with that, Mr. Chair, I conclude my comments.
Thank you. Supervisor Church.
I really don't have any comments, but I do just want to really second, I think, Supervisor Lopez's eloquent support for Public Works.
Thank you very much. And I would just say, first of all, I was glad to represent Monterey County last Thursday at the visit by President Joe Biden at the Watsonville Airport. And he did tour various parts of Capitola that were impacted by the storms and the immense waves that really caused a lot of damage to a lot of businesses and the wharfs and our state parks. I think Congressmember Jimmy Panetta and I were the only Monterey County representatives there, and I appreciate being able to talk briefly to the president about the impacts to agriculture in Monterey County and to our disadvantaged communities, and specifically in South Monterey County. We did extend an invite through his Director of Intergovernmental Affairs, Julie Chavez Rodriguez, but we were not successful in getting him to go our way. But I did reach out and trying to make that invitation to his top staff. Talking about the storm damage, this Thursday we have an online workshop for the community on Zoom, and this is in particular about how to help residents if they're filing their storm or flood damage claim with their private home insurance. It's on tips how to document that, how to process them. It's a workshop with a nonprofit called United Policyholders. They're a consumer advocacy group that really tries to help residents, especially those who have never done it before, how to be most successful in processing your claim. We also hope to have a presentation by our Department of Emergency Services just on available resources and really trying to gear people to our local assistance centers. And I just wanted to let our colleagues know that is done in partnership with Community Bridges, which is based in Watsonville, but they had done similar workshops in Santa Cruz County already, in Felton and Capitola and Watsonville, and the Community Foundation of Monterey County provided some support so they could provide those here. So they are wanting to reach out to do a presentation on the peninsula, one in South County and one perhaps in Salinas near Bolsonolos is their interest, and in Pajaro. So I'll make sure that Supervisor Church, that you get connected as well with them. Last thing I would say, obviously, the good news in terms on our sports side is San Francisco 49ers moves to the pre-Super Bowl game this Sunday against the Philadelphia Eagles. If they win, they will advance to the Super Bowl, and we are excited about this third string quarterback who is currently undefeated and who is taking the Niners this far. So we're wishing our local Northern California team good luck with that game. Purdy is pretty damn good. Yeah.
I saw a fact that he has more playoff wins than Tony Romo and Dak Shepard combined at this point.
Exactly. He tied the record and going to break them too. But on a more serious note, I want to adjourn with the support of my colleagues. Just adjourn this meeting today on a sad note, and we could take a moment of silence in memory of all the victims. There was 11 gun violence victims in Monterey Park. There were 7 gun violence victims in Half Moon Bay yesterday, and there were 2 victims in Des Moines, Iowa. And we just want to take a moment of silence out of respect to them, their families, and the many who are also injured in those shootings. So if we could take a quick moment of silence in their memory. And with that, we will adjourn today's meeting in their memory and in their honor. And hopefully we could end gun violence throughout our nation. Thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned.